Welcome in, everyone, here to beautiful Valley City. Jerry Edwards with y'all today here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. And we have ourselves a doubleheader today between the Mayville State Comets and the VCSU Vikings. Both these teams are going to get back on the right track. It's been a rough stretch for kind of both teams, a little bit some more than others. For Valley City, they sit at 16 and 25 overall, but just 1 and 11 in conference play. For Mayville State, their overall record not as good. They are at 11 and 23, but they do have 3 wins in the conference season. The last win, though, for Mayville State a little bit ago, April 7th, it was a win, a 4-2 win over Jamestown. They actually split that series with the Jimmies, but it has not been necessarily the easiest of stretches here for the Comets. Looking at the last series for both teams, it was a road trip for Mayville State. It was a 6-3 loss at Bellevue, 11-1, 15-7, and 9-8. For VCSU, they had some competitive games against the University of Jamestown. If you take out that last game, 4-5 loss in game one, 1-4 in game two, won the third game 6-0, but a sour way to end the week with a 20-3 loss versus the Jimmies. And so you're hoping that a week off is kind of giving VCSU a chance to kind of clear the system, forget about closing it out on a 20-3 loss, and try to get back into the win column. Let's go over the starting lineups for both teams today as we take a look at the Mayville State starting lineup. We'll start off with the Comets starting pitcher on the mound today for the Comets. That is going to be Garrett Lundmark. Going through the rest of the lineup, leading off and in right field will be Chris Shotbell. Carson Lundmark will be in center field. Cam Goff will be designated hitting. Kevin Conway will be at third base. He'll be the cleanup hitter. Batting fifth and at first base will be Zach Evanoko. Jalen Denton will be in left field, batting sixth. Batting seventh, second baseman Jack McQueen. Riley Rankin batting eighth, and he'll be behind the dish. And shortstop and batting ninth will be Tony Villarreal, a player that I have a lot of experience with. He was a star athlete when I was up at Grafton calling those games, and Tony, a player that can offer a lot of positional versatility, also can play behind the dish, a good pitcher as well, but he has a lot of athleticism to play shortstop. He is going to be a tremendous player in the future for Mayville State. Now let's get to the starting lineup for your VCSU Vikings. On the mound for the Vikings will be number 2, Hunter Magnuson. Leading off and at third base will be Porter Jorgensen. Jamal Shabbat will be catching, and he'll be batting second. Caden Rosba will be DHing. Alexis Velasco cleaning up and at first base. Batting fifth and at second base will be Jaden Babiuk. Cameron Perro will be in left field. He'll be batting sixth. Batting seventh and in right field will be Brady Dapino. Shortstop batting eighth will be Hunter Logan. And in center field, rounding out the lineup for the Vikings, will be Diesel Goya. Game one of the doubleheader coming up at 1 p.m., the first pitch. We will also have the second game for you at 3:30. Like the previous outings, it will be a 7-inning first game, and then we'll follow it up with a full 9-inning game. And you can hear all of it right here on the VCU Athletics YouTube channel. We will be back here when it's time for the first pitch. You'll be here on VCSU Athletics.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
And we are back here to Charlie Brown Memorial Baseball Field. Run through the starting lineups one more time. We'll start off with the visiting Mayville State Comets. It'll be Chris Shotbell leading off and in right field. Carson Lundmark will be in center field. Cam Goff DHing and batting third. Third base and cleaning up will be Kevin Conway. First base, Zach Evanoko. Left field will be Jalen Denton. Second base, Jack McQueen. Behind the dish today will be Riley Rankin, and shortstop will be Tony Villarreal. For Valley City, it'll be Porter Jorgensen, Jamel Shabbat, Caden Rozdaba, Alexis Velasco, Jaden Babiak, Cameron Perro, Brady Papineau, Hunter Logan, and Diesel Goya. On the mound today for the Vikings will be Hunter Magnuson, and his opposition on the mound for the Mayville State Comets is going to be Garrett Lundmark. We'll be back here in a little bit when the national anthem is over with our first pitch. Keep it right here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Experience the thrill. Feel the passion. And join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does.
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Well, folks, it is a brisk day in Valley City for baseball, but, kind of always the question is, when is it not a brisk day in Valley City? Game time temperature of 42 degrees, but it feels like 24 degrees. Wind is going to be coming from north to south at 17 miles per hour, but that means that wind is blowing straight out to center field. So a little bit of help with the power game today, but maybe not so much in terms of trying to get the cold bat going. So it'll be Hunter Magnuson on the mound for the VCSU Vikings, looking to help get them their second NDHSA or North Star win of the season. Reminder, folks, both games of the doubleheader will be right here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. It'll also be a doubleheader. The first game of this doubleheader is going to be 7 innings. The second game will be 9 innings. So it'll be Chris Shopbell leading off, and in right field, VCSU coming out in the grays. Mayville State going to be coming out in the blue uniforms with the white pants and the blue batting helmets. So the righty Shopbell digs in. Hunter Magnuson on the mound. Into the windup, kicks and fires, and in there for a called strike one. First pitch at 1:04 p.m. Magnuson looks in quickly, gets the sign. Will kick and fire. Bunt being shown. Pulls back the bunt. Shopbell does, and it looks like he got it back in time, so that'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball and 1 strike to the leadoff man, Shopbell. Next pitch by Magnuson, swung on and missed. Shopbell couldn't catch up to the fastball, and that'll quickly move the count to 1-2. For the Vikings, getting the pitching going early is going to be crucial. Minimizing the errors and getting all 3 of those outs. This one skied into the air in foul territory. That will get up and over everything. So Shopbell trying to keep himself alive here. Magnuson trying to start off this game with a bit of authority. Magnuson back into the windup, kicks, fires, and that'll be low and in the dirt. Slide piece. Not quite tempting enough for Shopbell to offer at it. Shopbell looking in at his target. Into the windup he goes. And another curveball bounced in the dirt, so Shopbell has laid off 2 breaking balls. He hasn't been able to catch up to the fastball, but it looks like he's got a pretty good read on that breaking ball. He hasn't really been tempted by either of those. So Shopbell worked his way back into a full count. The 3-2 pitch by Magnuson. In there for a called strike 3, and a backwards K will be the start of the day.
The center fielder, number 7, Carson Lundmark.
So Carson Lundmark, today's center fielder, getting the second at-bat of the day here for the Comets. One early out here for the Comets as Magnuson taking a bit of a time looking at his signs. That'll tempt the outside of the zone, and it'll nick the corner. Magnuson doing a good job so far commanding that fastball. Back into the windup, will kick and fire, and that is a beautiful backdoor breaking ball, clipping the outside corner, locking up Lundmark. And it'll be crucial for the righty to be able to clip that outside corner with that breaking ball. And changeup swung on and missed, and they are going to say it is a strike 3. Didn't know whether or not the umpire was going to say that was a drop third strike call, but it is looking like that he's going to say that the bobble was on the transfer. So this will bring up the designated hitter, Cam Goff. So 2 quick strikeouts here for Hunter Magnuson. 1 away from striking out the side. First pitch bounced in the dirt for ball 1. Just eclipsing the 10-pitch mark in this inning. Scoreless ball game here in the top of the first inning. Magnuson into the windup, kicks and fires, and that'll miss high for ball 2. for the Vikings. It's going to be crucial to be able to finish off these innings. Habit of that series against Jamestown was being able to get themselves to a position to be able to minimize damage as that one swung on and missed, or strike one, but being able to get themselves to a position to minimize damage or prevent any damage at all, only to let the inning continue on. Got to be able to get those 3 outs. And a changeup gets his man out in front. He's got a good mix going right now with that fastball, slider, and that changeup, keeping the hitters guessing. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Magnuson trying to strike out the side. The pitch swung on and missed, and that is 3 up, 3 down, all on strikes, and a perfect way to start for Hunter Magnuson. We'll be back here in a little bit with our bottom of the first inning right after this break, so keep it right here on VCSU Athletics.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
And we are back here, everyone, on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel as we get set for the bottom of the first inning. It was a 3 up, 3 down start for Vikings pitcher Hunter Magnuson. Got 1 looking and 2 swinging, and now it'll be the turn of his counterpart, Garrett Lundmark.
Leading off the bottom of the first for the Vikings, the third baseman, number 3, Porter Jorgensen.
Porter Jorgensen, the leadoff man today for the Vikings at third base. So Jorgensen, the lefty, getting set for his first AB of the technically afternoon at 1:10 p.m. First pitch going to be fouled off the handle and go well out of play, and the count will start out here at 0-1. VCSU in their last series took 1 of 3 from Jamestown, but outside of that last game, all 3 of those games were competitive, especially those 2 losses. That one going to be fouled away, and the count will go to 0-2. Sometimes in baseball, you just kind of wait to be able to turn the corner, and I think VCSU's been waiting to turn that corner for quite some time. Looking in at the target is going to be Lundmark. The 0-2 pitch. Going to be chopped into the dirt, into the glove of Lundmark. Quick flip to the bag and gets him by about half a step. Lundmark a little bit slow on that transfer, but ultimately able to clip the runner nonetheless. So the 1-3 putout will begin this bottom of the first inning, and this will bring up Jamal Shabat. So Jamal Shabat getting his first AB of this game. Righty digging into the box, today's catcher. First pitch, that'll be inside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Lundmark looking in at his catcher, Rankin. Likes the sign he gets. Into the windup, kicks and fires, and that'll clip him inside, and that'll be a hit by pitch. And no, Mayville is going to say that, or perhaps our home plate umpire is going to say that he leaned into it. So we have ourselves a discussion, and I want to look at that. Did he make an effort to get out of the way? No, but the rule is not make an effort to get out of the way. It's don't make an effort to get hit. And did he make an effort to get hit? I don't think so. So now we have ourselves a convention here and waiting to see what's going to get called. And they are going to call it a strike. So they're going to call it a foul ball. And, well, this is going to bring a little bit of a discussion here. So the question is whether or not it, A, hit his bat, or B, he made an effort to get hit. I think they're ruling he made the effort to get hit, so it'll tie up the count here at 1-1. I don't think VCSU is necessarily too pleased with the call. But it'll wipe out the hit by pitch and even up the count here at 1-1. So Shabbat digging back in after the umpire says intentionally getting himself hit. Lundmark into the windup and will throw a big curveball that doesn't come back down, and the count will go to 2-1. Wind blowing straight out to center field. When you're hitting, it's not so bad because it's at your back, but wind would be blown right into the face of the fielders. Ground ball to short, bobbled by Villarreal. Throw to first, got him by a step and a half, and that'll be in a 6-3 putout. So an early base runner gets erased for Valley City after the hit by pitch was ruled to be a lean-in. So Caden Rosba coming in. Rosbud, the DH today. First pitch swung on and missed. Good off-speed pitch there from Lundmark. Lundmark quickly gets that eyeing his target. Into the windup he goes, kicks and fires, and the sling will go outside for ball one. 1 ball and 1 strike here in the bottom of the first inning. Scoreless game so far between the Vikings and the Comets. Into the windup he goes, and that'll be a ground ball over to second. Flip to first in plenty of time, and a 1-2-3 inning for both sides to begin things. So we will now go to the top of the second inning. Back here in 1 minute here on VCSU Athletics.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right.
This week at Lever's Foods, save on Bellatoria Ultra Thin Crust Pizza, 2 for $8.48. Farm Rich Appetizers, $4.88 each. Paste, salsa, queso, picante, or taco sauce, $2.99. Fresh lemons or limes, 2 for just $1. And Wholestone all natural bone-in pork steak or country-style ribs, only $2.49 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Welcome back here, everyone, to Charlie Brown Memorial Baseball Field. So both teams start the afternoon with a 1-2-3 inning. For Valley City, they at least put the ball in play. For Mayville, they'll be looking for their first ball in play of the afternoon. So once again, it'll be Hunter Magnuson back out there, looking to capitalize off a striking out of the side in the first inning. This will be Kevin Conway, third baseman, leading off this inning for the Comets, wearing number 29. Temperatures in the 40s, but with the wind Blowing away it is. Temperatures will feel down to the low 20s out there on the field. First pitch slide piece, and that just catches the outside part of the plate, and I don't think Conway was necessarily too pleased with that one. Count starts out here 0-1. Next pitch by Magnuson will be too low, and the count will go to 1-1. For a right-hand pitcher, that slider you want to be able to work from both sides of the plate. For righties, you want to be able to run it off the plate. Fastball is going to miss up in the zone. The count goes to 2-1. For lefties, you want to work it on the other side of the plate and be able to what we call backdoor the pitch. And the 2-1 pitch here by Magnuson. Curveball throws off the hitter's timing, and this will be hit back on to the hill, and it won't quite roll down. Someone's going to have to work up the courage to go get the ball. 2-2 count. No outs here in the top part of this second inning. The next pitch, fastball, just off the plate. Catcher tried his best to frame that one, but it was a bit of a erratic frame job on the outside corner, and I think that might have dissuaded the umpire from calling that. The full count pitch swung on and missed, and that is 4 straight strikeouts to begin the game for Hunter Magnuson.
The first baseman, number 19, Zachary Evanochko.
So Zach Evanochko coming up. Evanochko, the tall first baseman, digging into the left-hand batter's box. And has to be able to get the bat speed up there. Left the donut on the bat well behind that fastball, and the count starts out 0-1. Magnuson working quickly here. Gets the ball quickly, fires, and tries to dot the outside corner, but just misses. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. Next pitch. That's going to miss just up, and Magnuson might be feeling he's getting a bit squeezed here. 2-1's the count. Back into the windup here for Magnuson, and that'll finally catch enough of the plate for the umpire's liking, and the count will go to 2-2. Count at 2-2. 4 straight strikeouts for Magnuson, looking to make it 5. The pitch. Fouled off the handle, and that's going to get out of play. You never like hitting the ball off the handle. Of course, it wrings your hands a little bit, but when it's cold like this, that's going to kind of magnify the feeling of getting jammed. That one, a high chopper over to the pitcher. Magnuson picks it up, and he'll quickly just flip it to the first baseman for out number 2. So a good job by Magnuson to field his position, and kind of left with a scenario there. You A, jump into the path of the runner and just tag him out, or B, you kind of run to the bag, or C, you just make the nice little flip play to Velasco. And option C, as most people tell you on the standardized test, was the correct answer. That one in on the hands, jammed, and that's going to go right to Magnuson. He'll call off everyone, although there wasn't anybody within 5 feet of him. And he'll make the play solo, so a pop out to the pitcher. We'll end things here in the top of the second inning. We'll be back here in a little bit with the bottom of the second right here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
We're back here with our bottom of the second inning. It'll be Alexis Velasco leading off the inning for the Vikings, the cleanup hitter and first baseman. So the Vikings pitching so far has done a stellar job of holding the Comets in place. First pitch swung on and missed by Velasco, and the count will start out 0-1. So it'll be Garrett Lundmark looking for an answer. Lundmark, the righty, back into the windup, kicks and fires. Velasco hits a chopper off the handle, running down the line, but he's not going to be close to beating that one out. Another 1-3 put out.
The second baseman.
Vikings have yet to get the ball out of the infield. Goes both ways. So Jaden Babiuk coming up. Second baseman today for VCSU. The lefty will dig in. In a game like this, even with the wind blowing out, you know that metal bats just do not have much life to them in the cold. Just don't work at all. In fact, the warranty says to not use these bats, and I think anything less than like 42-degree weather, which technically it is outside, but the wind temp is obviously down to the 20s. First pitch misses out, and the count will go to 1-0. So in a game like this, you kind of got to focus on manufacturing runs. Not going to be a whole lot of line drives, a whole lot of gappers in this game. You got to kind of focus on working the ball up the middle, get the small ball game going. Don't be afraid to take a walk, even though that is going to require braving the cold. Next pitch misses outside, and the count goes to 2-0. Swung on and missed. Babiuk not able to catch up to the heater. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here in the bottom part of this second inning. Lundmark looking in like he's not liking the sign. Finally gets one to his liking. That'll nearly run inside and click Babiuk. And the count will go to 3-1. So you're seeing most of the players out there wearing winter weather cold gear. The long sleeves and the kind of balaclava-esque headgear. 3-1. That one, oh, they call a strike. The slow roll by the umpire will put the count at a full 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. Babiuk looking to become the first base runner of the game. Lundmark into the windup, kicks, fires, and that one will be fouled and keep it alive. And it'll remain a full count. Babiuk digging into that left box, putting that foot right there on the back of the left-hand box. Into the windup, kicks, fires, and Babiuk went chasing a pitch that he knew he didn't want to take. He knew that ran inside on him. Either got fooled or was in swing mode. Either way, that is a swinging strike 3, and that is the first strikeout of the game for Lundmark. Cameron Perro, the left fielder, looking to try to become the first base runner of the game. Vikings have gotten close to getting a man on. In each of the first 2 innings, one looked like it was going to be on after a hit by pitch was ruled to be a intentional lean-in. That one right there, you had a 3-1 count, and then you swing at ball 4. 1 ball, no strike here to Perro. As that first pitch missed inside and off the plate. And even further inside and off the plate. And if anyone from the dugout is screaming, "Wear it," that is just, yeah, it's easy to yell from the dugout. You're not standing out here in the cold. 2 balls and no strikes. That'll miss low and outside, and neither of these 3 pitches have been very competitive so far. All missing off the plate, not really testing Perro, who should be in auto take mode. This is usually when you see a pitcher groove a fastball right down the middle. And that's exactly what he does. He fires the heater for a called strike 1. Again, there's multiple ways of thinking, but early on in the game, you usually take the 3-0 pitch. 3 balls and 1 strike. Pitch will run inside for ball 4. So that'll be the first base runner of the game for either side. And Brady Papineau coming up. Papineau looking for a bit of a 2-out rally here. Pero taking about a stride and a half off first base. First pitch in there for a called strike. And the count will start 0-1. No balls and a 1 strike. Pero again taking a modest lead off first base. That pitch a miss outside, and the count will go to 1-1. Pero not really putting any of his weight towards second. Doesn't look like that he's necessarily in the biggest hurry to try to take off and run. This time he's got his weight leaning towards second now. Lundmark looks in, will kick and fire. Jam shot fouled off towards the third base line, and the count will go to 1-2. Good job here by Lundmark early on, working that slider in through the front and the back door, throwing off the timing of these VCSU hitters. Another modest lead from Pero over at first base. The pitch will miss high, and the count will go to 2-2. In this situation, you really want to try to get this count to 3-2, so you give that base runner over at first a head start. That way you might be able to turn a single into an RBI, rather than if you get a hit here and that runner might not be able to make it all the way around. And that'll be tipped into the glove for strike 3. So a strikeout ends the bottom of the second inning. The second strikeout of the game for Lundmark. So 1 walk and no hits and no runs, as we're still scoreless through 2 innings. Way back here in a little bit with our top of the third inning here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
Back here we are at Charlie Brown Memorial Baseball Field. Scoreless ball game as we go to our top of the third inning. No hits for either side. Only base runner in the game belongs to VCSU after drawing that 2-out walk in the last inning. It'll be Jack McQueen, the second baseman, for the Comets leading things off. Magnuson's looked good so far. That one swung on and missed. And the count will start out here at 0-1. Magnuson has had very good command of that fastball early on. Magnuson eyeing his catcher, gets the sign he likes quickly, and will fire a fastball. Draws a late swing from McQueen, and that'll go into the screen for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. McQueen at 26 pitches, according to our on-field pitch tracker. And that's going to miss off the plate. High, hard slider that never quite came back down from orbit. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Magnuson rocks and fires, and this will draw a swing, and this one hit well out to right center field, way back, and it is off the fence. And that'll be the first hit of the game, and Jack McQueen starts off the inning with a bang. A line drive that kept carrying all the way to that right center fence. So the first pitch to leave the infield not only leaves the infield, but nearly leaves the ballpark. Again, with that wind blowing strong, about 15 miles an hour out to dead center field, if you get one up in the air, it's going to carry it. All just depends on how much juice your bat has. So this will be Riley Rankin coming up. Rankin might be in the position to lay down a bunt. VCSU looks like they're playing in against a potential bunt. And a bunt is shown, and it gets pulled back. And the count will start off here 0-1. No balls, one strike. Or 1 ball, no strikes, I should say. 1 ball and no strikes as Rankin able to get that bunt back before officially being ruled a swing. If you're trying to force a pop up on a bunt, best to aim for the hands. And a fastball up and inside, and the count will go to 2-0. It's where you want to try to force the bunt, but you want to throw that pitch kind of right into the top corner of that strike zone. Very much try to throw it in on his hands to where the batter has to make that decision to try to get the bunt down. Bunts it with the handle, more likely that ball gets popped up into the air, which gives you a chance, of course, to run down the pop-up. But your goal in this situation is to either force the pop-up or force 2 strikes to take the bunt away. The 2-0 pitch will be in the dirt. Good block there by the Valley City catcher, Shabbat. But the count does go to 3-0. And on deck is the 9-hole hitter, the shortstop, Tony Villarreal. So Magnuson, for the first time today, looking a little vulnerable out there on the mound. Magnuson kicks, fires, and that'll get by the hitter. And because it gets by the hitter, that will move the runner up to third base. So a free pass there. And the wild pitch allows McQueen to go from second to third. And there are runners at the corners here for Villarreal.
24, Avery Kirkup.
And it looks like we'll have ourselves a mound visit. And we'll take a 30-second pause. Keep it here on VCSU Athletics.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Runners at the corners here, no out, and a mound visit to try to settle down Hunter Magnuson. Walked the 8-hole hitter on 4 pitches, and that 4th pitch missed Rankin. It'd be better off it clipped him because it would have held that runner at second base, but because it got through clean, had Jack McQueen be able to go from second to third. So Magnuson looking to be able to sit down the freshman, Villarreal. First pitch misses off the plate for ball 1. Grafton to Mayville State has been a little bit of a pipeline as of recently. Best 2 athletes the past few years from Grafton have gone to Mayville. Steven Garza, a very talented basketball player, went to Mayville State, and Villarreal, who is probably one of the best all-around athletes that Grafton's had in a while, ends up going to Mayville State as well. 2 balls, no strikes. Magnuson losing his control out there a little bit. That wind has now started to blow, going from left to right. Villarreal late on that swing, and the count goes to 2-1. VCSU is guarding against a potential bunt. At least they did early on. Still have third baseman pinched slightly in. The first baseman covering the runner at first, and they'll go pick out the first base. Velasco gets his glove dirty, and he'll pick that one out of the dirt. Count remains at 2-1. Wind swirling out there in the outfield. Magnuson comes set and fires and gets Villarreal off balance. He'll slap that one foul, and the count will go to 2-2. In a situation like this, you're just focused on getting one out. Give yourself one out and give yourself an opportunity to get out of this inning. Because even though that runner at first is a detriment right now, you strike out Villarreal, it becomes an asset, potentially turning an inning-ending double play. Big curveball misses outside, and the count now goes to a full 3-2, and can't really afford to walk the man here. You got one base available, but you'd like not to leave yourself up behind the 8-ball early on in an inning and load the bases with no outs. And the pitch fouled off and off towards the parking lot. Villarreal now making it easy. Magnuson just looking for something to go his way in this inning. Trying to find a way to sit Villarreal down without him doing any damage. The pitch off the plate, ball 4, and back-to-back walks here. Loaded the bases.
The right fielder, number 9, Chris Shotbell.
So this will be Chris Shotbell coming up. VCSU now pinching in on the infield. Make you know that the first play will be to home. Strikeout would be preferred in this situation for VCSU. If you're looking for a ball in play, you're looking for something soft and kind of right back to the pitcher or right to one of your fielders. That one off the plate for ball 1. Last thing you want is something just scorched and right up the middle, as it'll be a very hard play to get to the plate. Now the middle infielders back off after the bunt is not shown by Shotbell. That one swung on and missed. And the hat goes flying off Magnuson. Not the first time Magnuson's hat has left his head. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kicks and fires, and this one going to be fouled off and back over the screen, and it'll be a 1-2 count. A fresh assortment of baseballs is brought in from the VCSU dugout. Well, maybe not fresh, but slightly used. Kind of like day-old bread that you can get over at the grocery store. Maybe not the freshest bread, but still bread nonetheless. 1-2, and that'll miss off the plate. And it'll even up here at 2-2. You got the feeling here that Magnuson is overthrowing the ball a little bit. It's almost like he's trying to get all 3 batters out with 1 pitch. Got to be able to kind of slow the heart rate down here and start finding the zone. The 2-2 pitch, the Shotbell swung on and missed. And Shotbell down for the second time today on strikes. And that'll be the 5th K for Magnuson.
The center fielder, number 7, Carson Lundmark.
So Carson Lundmark, the center fielder. The good news for Magnuson is that the next 3 hitters he's faced have not put the ball in play on him. Lundmark, Goff, and Conway all struck out the game with strikeouts. For VCSU, they're pinching in at the corners, but playing pretty straight up in the infield. You got a feeling that something to the corners is coming home, while anything to short or third is going to be dealt with in short order, trying to turn a double play. First pitch misses off the plate for ball 1. Runners around the diamond, getting modest leads off the bag. That'll miss high. Catcher again trying to snap that down for a frame, but again, almost a bit too much of a snap on that one. You kind of want more of a drag rather than a quick flick of the wrist. Again, every umpire, though, is different. I've known umpires that'll watch a dirt cloud go up and still will call a pitch a strike. That one misses low. So it is a 3-0 count. And this is the situation where if you're Lundmark, you're really not swinging until Magnuson proves he can throw 2 strikes. That'll be up and in for ball 4. So 3 walks in the inning. Drive in a run. So Lundmark gets credit for the RBI as McQueen will come around and score off the walk. So the leadoff double comes around to score. And 3 walks in the inning for Magnuson after not having any through the first 2 innings and not even really being close to a walk in the first 2 innings. Has now lost command of the ball. That'll be in there for a called strike, and the count goes to 0-1. So Rankin at third, Villarreal at second, and standing at first now is Lundmark. And this will bring up the designated hitter, Cam Goff. The 0-1 pitch snapped in there for a strike, and Goff not necessarily happy with that call. So the count goes to 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes with 1 away. The pitch swung on and missed, and he needed that one desperately. So 2 strikeouts in the inning for Magnuson, and this will bring up Kevin Conway. Conway 0 for 1 with a strikeout. So talking about this early on, about being able to minimize damage, this is what we talked about here. You've not had a great start to the inning, but you got 2 strikeouts. You got the ability to limit the damage here to 1 run. What you cannot allow here is to lose focus and allow a hit or another walk and allow a crooked number to get put up on the board. This one, a shallow fly ball to right field. This could be trouble. Right fielder coming in, and he will make the catch. Good jump off the bat there by Brady Papineau, and runs down the fly ball to sit down the Comets. But in the inning, 7 hitters come to the plate, and they push across 1 run. In the inning, there were 3 walks, a double, and 2 strikeouts. So it is a 1-0 lead for Mayville State as we now go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Back here in a minute on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Set to begin our bottom of the 3rd inning, 1-0 lead for the VCSU Vikings. It'll be Hunter Logan leading things off. Logan, the shortstop, digs in and chops this one foul off towards the coach's box, and the count will start off 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. Only 1 hit on the scoreboard for the Comets, but the thing that killed VCSU, those 3 walks. That'll run inside and nearly get Logan at the kneecaps, and that'll put the count at 1-1. Wind's been swirling a little bit the last few innings, but now has resumed blowing straight out to center field. Logan a little bit off balance there. Will take a kind of half-hearted hack at that one and be able to just foul tip it into the screen. Lundmark not coming at you with overwhelming velocity, but he's doing a good job of varying up his pitch speeds and keeping the hitters off balance. Pitch by Lundmark, swung on and missed. That is now 3 strikeouts for Lundmark. And that'll be a quick strikeout for Hunter Logan, and this will bring up Diesel Goya. Goya, the center fielder, has not been tasked with much defensively today. That'll be high, and the count will be 1-0. Looking for Goya to get on here. Have to give you a little bit of speed on the base pass, make manufacturing a run here a little bit easier. That'll be in there for a called strike, and the count will be even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 away. VCSU still in search of their first hit. Goya, a little handle shot, but it goes right to the second baseman. Goya hustling down the line, but he's not going to be able to beat the throw. 4-3 put out, puts up 2 quick outs in the inning.
Number 3, Porter Jorgensen.
And this will bring up Porter Jorgensen. Jorgensen bounced down to the pitcher in his first AB. VCSU just not being able to figure out the timing so far on Lundmark. That pitch will miss off the plate for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes with 2 away in the bottom part of this third inning, and a 1-0 lead for the Mayville Comets. That one hit off the end of the bat, but that'll corkscrew away. And it'll get out of play, and the count evened up at 1-1. Lundmark looking in for the pitch. Not like in the first pitch you saw. Shakes the first, but nods at the second. That'll skip in the dirt, and the count goes to 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Lundmark looking to polish off 3 no-hit innings. And Lundmark gets Jorgensen out in front of that one, and the count goes to 2-2. It's so frustrating as a hitter when you're just in between timing on pitches. Everything looks hittable, but you don't know exactly what pitch is coming. Jorgensen just trying to be able to keep those hands back and be able to kind of explode through the ball. And it gets locked up right there, caught looking at a backdoor slider. So that is now 2 strikeouts in each of the last 2 innings for Lundmark. He's got 4, and we now go to the top of the 4th inning. It is a 1-0 lead for the Mayville State Comets.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
We're set to begin our top of the 4th inning. It is a 1-0 lead for Mayville State. Looking at the scoreboard so far, not much to report. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors for Mayville State. No runs, no hits, no errors for VCSU. The only man on base VCSU has is courtesy of that 1 walk. And Magnuson, through the first 2 innings, didn't allow a single man to get on base, but allowed 3 of the first 4 to get on base after a double and 3 walks. He managed to minimize the damage with a couple of strikeouts and forced a fly out to right field to be able to end the inning. So this will be Zach Evanocho coming up. The first baseman rolled out to the pitcher in his first AB. Actually, pretty decent play by Magnuson, if I do say so myself on that one. That'll be fouled off the mask, and the count will go to 0-1. Caught the plastic of something. Might have been chin of the mask, might have been the kneecap of the shin guard. Either way, next pitch. Good backdoor slider, and the count will go to 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Evanocho down in the count early. Magnuson fires, and that fastball will miss low as the count goes to 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes here to the Mayville first baseman. Magnuson fires, tries to backdoor the breaking ball again, and that one just hung up into the air and never quite had the snap to get back over the plate. Count evens up at 2-2. Next pitch. He offered at it. Did he swing? No, he did not, and there will be no appeal down to third base. It looked like a good pitch regardless of whether or not Evan Ocho swung at it, and they are going to appeal, and they are going to say it didn't go. If you're a catcher and you don't appeal down right away, your likelihood you get it just isn't going to be there. That one in there for a called strike 3, and honestly, that pitch didn't look as good as the one before, but you get the called strikeout anyway.
14, Jalen Denton.
So Magnuson has racked up 7 strikeouts so far, but again, that kind of one dip in control is the difference in this game. The Jalen Denton coming out to hit. He popped out to the pitcher his first time. Ooh, in at the knees, and that'll back him off the plate, and the count goes to 1-0. Back-to-back lefties for the Mayville State Comets. Next pitch will get swung on and missed, and Magnuson's hat comes off his head, and might need to find a better fitting cap. Usually you got the guys with the kind of longer hair. They got to wear a bigger size cap than normal. Usually, though, able to find something that stays on a little bit more. The 1-1 pitch. That'll miss high, and the count now goes to 2-1. Two balls and 1 strike. Into the windup and deals, and that'll come back down for a called strike, 2-2. So a 2-2 count here for Magnuson. Shakes at the first sign, likes the second, looks over the top of his glove, and into the windup he goes. Dots the outside corner for a called strike 3. Back-to-back K's looking.
The second baseman, number 5,
And Magnuson, outside of just that one little dip in command, has just been dominant in this game. I mean, you look outside of the one double he gave up, there's been nothing that has been outside of a routine play. Magnuson kicks, fires, and ooh, just misses off the plate. In a pretty consistent zone so far, but every once in a while you always get those pitches on the corner that you always ask kind of where it's at. That'll be off towards the berm, and it'll roll back down, and someone's going to have to get out of the comfort of their blanket to go get it. 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 away. Now wind really starting to whip out towards center field now. Big curveball got his man out in front, and Jack McQueen might have had a double early on, but he was fooled by that curveball. So the 1-2 pitch as Magnuson looking for his third 1-2-3 inning of the game. And looking to strike out the side for the second time today. Magnuson kicks, fires, and that fastball had good snap to it, but also snapped its way out of the zone. Count remains at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Magnuson back into the windup and deals, and that one misses low, and Shabbat kind of groans at the umpire. You got to be careful if you're the catcher. You want to be able to fight for your pitcher, but you also don't want to be able to shrink your zone. So full count pitch here to Jack McQueen. And that'll be well off the plate. It'll get away from Shabbat. McQueen not hustling down the line, so he'll just take the walk.
The catcher, number 22, Riley Rankin.
So 4 walks now for Magnuson. He's got 8 strikeouts, 4 walks. And this will bring up Riley Rankin. Rankin, as well as Villarreal, who are the next 2 hitters for the Comets, walked in their last 2 plate appearances. That'll miss low, and the count goes to 1-0. Sometimes, man, the top part of the order, you're just kind of in attack mode, so to speak. When you get down towards the bottom of the order, sometimes you just kind of almost lose your focus. That one hit up the middle. Not a lot of steam on it. Magnuson easily picks it up. We'll flip it to first. Over to Velasco in plenty of time. So good job there by Magnuson to be able to prevent that inning from getting out of hand. So it is 2 strikeouts, a walk, and a ground out for Mayville State as they're held scoreless in the top of the 4th inning. Back here in a little bit as VCSU tries to get some offense going, looking for their first hit as we go to the bottom of the 4th.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
We're back here to begin our bottom of the 4th inning. A reminder that this is a 7-inning game as VCSU is trying to find a way to be able to, again, minimize the damage. They've done a good job with the pitching so far, minimizing the damage, but they've got to be able to now start inflicting some damage on the offensive side. And the offense has been, well, quite meek today for the Vikings. 3 innings have passed without a hit. They've only managed to get 1 base runner on and really haven't been able to get timing down on Lundmark. He's done really a good job of not only getting the Vikings out, but doing a good job of being efficient. I don't think the pitch tracker is quite right. He's saying he's at 29 pitches, but I don't know if it was tracking in the first inning. That'll miss high, and the count goes to 2-0. Either way, he's still probably somewhere around, I would say, 45 to 48 pitches. That's about now. But he's just done a really good job of being efficient in this game. Not really having to labor too hard. This one hit off the handle, but this is going to get up and out of play. And the count will now go to 2-1. So it'll be 2-3-4 due up for the Vikings. So Shabbat, Rosba, and Velasco. Velasco's been on a bit of a heater as of late, but VCSU in desperate need of the offense to start heating up. That's going to be slapped down the right field line with some juice to it, but it is going to get out of play for a foul ball. 2-2 with no outs in the bottom of this 4th inning. Shabbat digging in here, kicks, fires, and this will be skied into the air. Evan Ocho given pursuit. Corkscrewing around, and that'll get down for a hit. Man coming behind him, play over at first base. That was going to go down for a single for Shabbat. Problem was Shabbat kind of looking to play. He's doing the smart thing of looking it in, but got a little over aggressive on the turn. Didn't feel the pitcher coming behind him, and so a courtesy runner going to be coming on here for the Vikings. Trying to get the number there for you on that one, and I believe that is going to be Justin Rogers, number 45. So Justin Rogers going to be coming in to courtesy run. Bunt being shown down here. And offers, but can't get it down. Rosba got to be able to come through here. He's trying to lay a bunt down to be able to get the man up 90 feet and into scoring position with Velasco coming up. Got to be able to get this bunt down, though. Offers at it. Nope. Pull it back. Just in time. 1 ball and 1 strike. count at 1-1. Another bunt being shown here. And the bunt not able to get down, and that just spiked its way foul and never quite got the opportunity to get back in. Good job by Lundmark to attack outside. Again, there are multiple ways to try to force a miss on a bunt. If you're trying to force a miss, you really want them to try to lunge at it, trying to tip it off the end of the bat. If you're trying to get them to put it in play and pop it up, you jam them in on the hands. If you're just looking for him to get it down, you just kind of throw a fastball down the middle and get it out of the way. Count at 1-2. Runner thought about taking off and running, and this is going to be skied up into the air, but it looks like that this was going to get out of play, and then you kind of had a late read from the catcher and the pitcher, both kind of thinking that was going to stay in play, and Riley Rankin going to matriculate his way back towards behind home plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rogers hasn't decided to take off running yet. Gave a little bit of a feint there last time. And the pitch going to be hit out into left field. That is carrying. Down the line it goes, and it is foul. Oh, and Rosba was inches away from perhaps putting this game tied and putting himself at second base. And Lundmark is kind of saying, all right, everyone calm down. Kind of throwing the both hands outside, saying tranquilo. Always love when the pitcher starts talking to themselves as a catcher. That's always a good sign. Already got enough screws loose as it is. The 1-2 pitch. Going to be chopped over to short. This could be 2. Villarreal over to second. Throw to first. Not in time. And Rosba takes a bit of a hard fall there. But ultimately able to tumble his way to prevent a double play. But fielder's choice cuts down the man at second base. But ultimately, you avoid the 2-for-1 special. And this will bring up Alexis Velasco. Velasco, the first baseman. Trying to find a way to split a gap here. Ooh, and Velasco hits our home plate umpire in the mask, and he'll be okay. Looks like it caught him off in the side of it. Hit kind of what you would call it a paddle on the side, and the reason for that is that if it hits the paddle, you kind of just want it to yank it off. It's the reason why you see some people kind of still wear the old school mask instead of the kind of the one-piece hockey style, is because if it does clip off to the side, it is a little bit better at kind of reducing the rattle, so to speak. That's going to be off the plate, and the count goes to 1-1. Someone that caught for a multitude of years. The one thing that I kind of chose the hockey mask for is I thought it was a little bit, more safer in terms of, frontal protection. But off to the side, it kind of all stayed together and it rattled around. The old school mask, kind of all the force gets taken off to the side. It is, of course, also easier to take off as well. That's going to be swung on and missed, and the count goes to 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes here with 1 out. Modest lead over at first base. Lundmark comes set. Fires, and Velasco will hit that one back into the screen. So the netting up here at Charlie Brown's pretty, substantial. But there is a little split between where kind of the overhang netting is to guard the people from foul balls behind home plate and where the netting goes all the way up to the top of the fence. And that one nearly hit the split net, and, well, that split might have been aiming right towards yours truly. That's going to be fouled in the dirt. So Velasco not making it easy, but he is a bit swing happy right now. Might be in what we call swing mode. Umpire calling for a new refill on baseballs from the VCSU dugout. Velasco leaning back into the box. Now will get down into the crouch. Lundmark kicks, fires, and blows the heater right by the cleanup man for VCSU. For another strikeout. That'll be 5 for him this game. 5 strikeouts to only 1 walk today for Garrett Lundmark. And this will bring up Jaden Babiuk. Babiuk 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. VCSU got a leadoff single in this game by Shabbat, but a fielder's choice cut the lead man down at second, and VCSU has not been able to move up the runner at first since. That'll miss high, and the count goes to 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes with 2 away here in the bottom part of the 4th inning. Next pitch to Babiuk will be swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike on this very brisk afternoon in Valley City. Temperatures with the wind chill feeling like in the low 20s. Runner off and going on the pitch, and the throw will not be in time. Good steal for VCSU, and the count will be at 2-1. So Caden got a really good jump on that one. Able to put that stride to good use and beat the throw easily. Don't want to get yourself thrown out, though, over at third base, already in scoring position. That'll dot the outside corner, and the count goes to 2-2. If you're Babiuk here, you're thinking up the middle. Up the middle, scores the run, as the center fielder is playing back. So anything that gets through the outfield, unless it's hit on an absolute rope, the center fielder is not going to have a play at the plate. And Babiuk, did he keep the hands back? No, he did not. They appeal down towards the field umpire, and they are going to say Babiuk went around. And VCSU will strand a man at second base, and we go to the top of the 5th inning. It is still a 1-0 lead for Mayville State back here in a little bit on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right.
This week at Lever's Foods, save on Bellatoria Ultra Thin Crust Pizza, 2 for $8.48. Farm Rich Appetizers, $4.88 each. Paste Salsa, Queso, Picante, or Taco Sauce, $2.99. Fresh lemons or limes, 2 for just $1. And Wholestone All Natural Bone-In Pork Steak or Country Style Ribs, only $2.49 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
We're back here, and we begin our top of the 5th inning. VCSU trailing 1-0. Both teams with 1 hit. The difference in the game is the 1 run that came across on a walk in the 3rd inning. But both pitchers have been pretty stellar so far. It'll be Tony Villarreal coming up to the box. Get to record the official AB with the walk in the 1st inning. Magnuson fires. Villarreal showed bunt, pulls it back, and that fastball just misses at the top of the zone. 71 pitches for Magnuson as we just begin this 5th inning of work. That'll miss the outside corner, and the count goes to 2-0. Villarreal, very fleet of foot like most shortstops. Not necessarily the guy you want to be putting on base, unless he's got traffic in front of him. That'll be swung on and miss, and the count goes to 2-1. Villarreal does have experience hitting at this ballpark. He was at a Legion Baseball showcase here last year, where he hit a home run out towards left center. That one in there for a called strike. Shabbat not able to squeeze it, but gets the call nonetheless. So he does have the power to leave the yard. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch by Magnuson. Good slider, jams Villarreal. As I don't even think Magnuson quite knows how Villarreal got a piece of that one. It was a late swing. It was a defensive swing. I think it just caught the underside of the bat. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The payoff pitch gets Villarreal swinging. Late decision to let his hands go on that one. Looking at the strikeout totals, that is going to be number 9. So Chris Shotbell coming up. He's not been able to touch Magnuson so far in this game. Has struck out looking and has struck out swinging. First pitch just a smidge inside as those corners looking like they're starting to tighten up here in the back half of this game. And that next one's in there for a strike. Looks like in the exact same corner spot, but might have been a bit of a better frame job. 1 ball and 1 strike. Next pitch by Magnuson. Dynamite curveball and drops it right into the bottom corner. He's getting Shotbell leaning every which way but forward. That'll be a time to set him up for the fastball, and there comes the fastball. That's just a touch low. He's doing a good job of varying up the pitches there. He's not allowing Shotbell to really establish much of a rhythm with that front foot. And that's going to be pounded out towards center field, but the Vikings got a man there, and that'll be a can of corn for out number 2. That one just hit right into the lap of Diesel Goya, who took a couple steps back, camped underneath of it, and the wind not able to carry that one any farther than a routine flyout. So this will bring up Carson Lundmark. Lundmark, 0 for 1 today, a strikeout and a walk. Walked in the 3rd inning is the one that drove in the run. That one just misses at the top. Next pitch to Lundmark will be pounded into right field, and that'll split through for a single. Second hit of the game for the Mayville State Comets.
The designated hitter, number 2, Cameron Goff.
As for the 2nd inning in a row, after 2 quick outs, they managed to get the 3rd hitter of the inning on. Last time it was with a walk. This time it's with a sharp single. And this will bring up Cam Goff, who much like Chris Shotbell has, well, he has not been in a good way against Magnuson, 0 for 2 with a couple of punch-outs. Magnuson eyeing the target, will kick fire, and this will be fouled into the screen, and the count will go to 0-1. No balls and a strike here, as Goff will readjust his arm pad. 0-1 with 2 away. Next pitch, that'll just miss high, and the count goes to 1-1. Of course, you see it all the time now in modern baseball where it's everyone's got, the foot guard, the arm guard, everything. And they all now have face guards, usually on the helmet as well. The 1-1 pitch coming up by Magnuson. That's going to be skied into the air. Left fielder gets a late jump, but he doesn't have to move much, but almost overruns the ball. But ultimately, that's going to be brought down by Perro, and that'll be out number 3. So a fly out to left will end things here as the Vikings continue to keep themselves in this game, but they are looking to break their duck as we now go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Back here in a minute on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
1-0 here for Mayville State as we begin our bottom of the 5th inning. Cam Perro, who got the fly ball there. Bit of a tricky fly ball for Perro. I think more tricky than he wanted to. He had his hat blow off and got maybe a late read on it, but might have also been cautious. Kind of seeing that the ball was going to go back over him or if he needed to take the step forward. And kind of took a step and a half in, but that half step was almost one step too many as the ball again, with that wind blowing and the wind swirling, might have had a little bit more carry than he thought, but ultimately able to make the catch as he'll take strike one. Still going to be Lundmark out there for the Comets, and he just continues to pepper the strike zone, and the count goes to 0-2. Almost a exasperated hand raise there by Perro. He is one of only a handful of Valley City players who have reached base today. He was the first man that got on after a walk in the second inning. Now finds himself down 0-2. Offers at the pitch. Did he hold back? Yes, he did, but just. Always not fun when you're the hitter if you kind of check the swing. And most of the time you know if you've gone or not. And then there are the ones that you really don't know if you went. I don't know if Perro necessarily was convinced that he didn't go around on that one. That's a late call, but it'll be called on the outside corner for strike three, and that'll be another strikeout for Lundmark. Give him 6. This will bring up Brady Papineau. Papineau 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Papineau and Logan, the next two men due up for VCSU. Both of them 0 for with a strikeout. And Lundmark continues to be the model of efficiency so far. That'll be fouled off towards the berm, and a couple of eager kids give pursuit to the ball before it rolls back down the hill. Oh, it'll be Young again with 2 good knees. No balls, 1 strike here to Lundmark. And that'll be inside as Papineau trying to just find a way to just find a chink in the armor. Trying to find some way to take advantage of Lundmark. Try to get the rhythm down, and this will be skied into right field, and that'll hang up enough. And that's kind of one of those where the wind kind of works against you, as kind of one that might have been a bit of a bleeder and just might have been able to die in no man's land because of the wind carries out just for a routine fly ball. So pop out to right will bring up Hunter Logan. Logan 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Diesel Goya now moves to the on-deck spot. First pitch dots the inside corner. And chatter coming in from the VCSU dugout. Logan maybe adjusting where he's lining up in the box. Try to get to that inside pitch. And like a good pitcher, Lundmark immediately goes to the outside. Lundmark's just doing a really good job of being able to throw any pitch he wants in any scenario. Usually you get pitchers that they always kind of throw their breaking ball in the same spot. That has not been the case for Lundmark. Goes outside, and the count goes to 1-2. He's been able to pitch in forward and reverse. By what I mean by pitching in reverse is that usually the old tale is you pitch with the fastball to get ahead, and then you throw your off speed to kind of put the hitter away. When you're able to throw your off speed early in the count, again, it really helps throw off the timing of the hitters. That fastball miss high, and the count goes to 2-2. Old saying is that you can kind of pitch a multitude of ways. Up, down, left, right, forward, back. Forward, of course, being with velocity, back being with your off speed. The 2-2 pitch. Ooh, that looked pretty solid, but again, you always run the risk of not getting the call when you drop the ball as a catcher, and that'll bring up a full 3-2 count. So Logan trying to find a way here to keep this inning alive for his team. That'll be swung on and fouled. Off towards the top of the berm, and it'll get right to the top of the hill. As the wind now, again, starting to swirl out there. Not going straight back anymore, but now just blowing from left to right. The full count pitch here coming up with 2 away. That'll be hit right back up the middle. Going to be a tough play for Villarreal. Villarreal gets there. The throw to first, not in time. Logan able to hustle out the single. And that is the second hit of the day for VCSU.
Number 5, Diesel Goya.
And this will bring up Diesel Goya. Goya stepping into the box. Be interesting to see how aggressive Logan is out there on the base pass. VCSU with 1 stolen base today. And a chopper over to third. True hop throw to first in time. And so a 5-3 put out will once again sit down VCSU as we have ourselves a 1-0 lead in favor of Mayville State. Both teams with 2 hits, but the difference in this game, a bases loaded walk in the top of the 3rd inning. So we'll be back here in a little bit with our top of the 6th inning after this break.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
We're back here to begin our top of the 6th inning. Hunter Magnuson still out on the bump for VCSU. 9 strikeouts so far with the 4 walks, but again, 3 of those walks came in the 3rd inning, which right now is the difference in this game. Going back to that 3rd inning, it was Jack McQueen that started out the inning with an absolute rope into the right center gap. Then a pair of walks loaded the bases. The strikeout gave the potential to get out of the inning, but a walk to Carson Lundmark enabled the Comets to get in. That only run of the game so far. A strikeout and a pop out to right prevented any further damage. So it'll be Kevin Conway coming up. He flied out to end that 3rd inning. That'll be off the plate for ball 1. Conway 0 for 2 so far. He's got himself a strikeout and that fly out to right field. 1-0 pitch coming up, and that'll be a rope and just gets past the diving 3rd baseman Jorgensen, and that'll be another hit for the Comets. It's now back-to-back innings with a hit.
The first baseman, number 19, Zachary Evanochko.
So Zach Evanochko coming up. Evanochko 0 for 2 today. Ground out to the pitcher and a strikeout looking. The pitch to Evanochko, and that is a diabolical backdoor breaking ball as he's got really good snap. Magnuson does to that backdoor slider. Really gets the lefty to give up on it and just able to snap it over the heart of the plate. High chopper to first. Velasco is going to come in and apply the tag to Evanochko, and the runner will move up 90 feet unabated. So essentially a swinging bunt right there puts Conway up on the fielder's choice.
Left fielder number 14, Jalen Denton.
This will bring up Jalen Denton. Denton, 0 for 2. He has a similar line to Evan Oates go, but instead of the ground out to the pitcher, he's got the pop out to the pitcher and also has a strikeout looking. Runner at second here with one out. This one pulled down the right field line. This could be trouble, but it slices foul. Couple of times today, Mayville State's really been able to put a charge into a ball. The first one, of course, was the one that went all the way to the fence. That last one was excellent contact. You could hear the snap off the bat, but just a little out in front of it. So no balls and one strike with one away. 85 pitches. Magnuson just misses off the edge. Done a good job of not really showing emotion out there on the mound, which I actually like from pitchers. You kind of like the ones that kind of got the almost what I call a duck-like presence. Looking calm on the surface, but working hard underneath. That one in there for a strike, and the count goes to 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes with one away. Trying to sit down Denton for the second time today. Magnuson looking back, the runner at second. Kicks, fires, gets him swinging, and it'll be squeezed by the catcher for a clean strikeout, and that's now 2 away.
The second baseman, number 5, Jack McQueen.
So this will bring up Jack McQueen. McQueen with the hit that put everything in motion in that third inning. He's been on base both times today, double and a walk. Riley Rankin is the man on deck. Tried to attack the inside corner, just missed, and the count will start off here 1-0. Magnuson looking in at the target. Takes maybe half a glance back at the runner at second base. Throws a big curveball that's right down the heart of the plate for a called strike. We got ourselves an even count here at 1-1. So like most pitchers' duels, this game has gone by rather quickly. An hour and a half into this game, and we're sitting in the top part of the 6th inning. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch slammed into the Mayville dugout, and that'll get you some ribbing from your team saying, over there. The 1-2 count. Magnuson shakes the first sign. Looks like he might have shaken the second. Finally gets the nod on the third call. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Throws a fastball that is going to be fouled out of play. "91 pitches for Magnuson. Done a good job being able to get you this far. You don't know if you're going to bring him back out there for the 7th inning. If he's able to get out of this. Looks back the runner. Will kick fire. Curveball. Able to jam his man inside, but McQueen just able to pull that one foul. His breaking ball has been very good today to both righties and to lefties. And there are some pitchers that can't throw their breaking ball to certain batters, lefty or righty. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big lead over at second base. Fastball going to be fouled away, and McQueen not making it easy. Going to what I'm talking about there about some pitchers not being able to throw their breaking balls to hitters on both sides of the plate. If you got a righty who's got this big kind of running slider, but he's not able to throw it towards the outside of the plate, he'll never throw it to a lefty because, of course, you never want to miss down and into a lefty. So he'll usually just stick with a fastball or changeup. That one off the plate, and the count goes to 2-2. The same concept, of course, applies for a lefty as well. Usually more for a lefty, it's a changeup You never really want to throw your changeup across the entire length of the plate inside towards a righty. But if you can get pitchers that can work on both sides of the plate with their breaking ball, it's very hard to handle. This one drilled out in the center field. Goya giving pursuit. He's not going to be able to get there. He knocks it down, but that'll be a run. And for the second time today, Jack McQueen able to get a hit off Magnuson, and he's got an RBI. So Magnuson 2 for 2 today with a single, a double, and a walk, and he has just been a thorn in the side of Hunter Magnuson today. So this will be Riley Rankin coming up. 0 for 1 today with a walk and a ground out. That'll be in there for a called strike, and the count goes to 0-1. So 2 singles in the inning, sandwiched between a fielder's choice and a strikeout, have allowed Mayville to double their lead in the 6th inning. This one, a little nub shot into center field. Goya, though, has a read on it, and he'll bring it down without a fuss, and that'll retire the side, but ultimately more damage done, as it is now a 2-0 lead for Mayville State, as the game starting to get a little late here. VCSU needs to get the bats going as they trail by 2 runs as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Back here in a little bit on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
2-0 lead for Mayville State as we now go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Porter Jorgensen coming up. Jorgensen 0 for 2 today, a ground out to the pitcher and a strikeout. VCSU has just not been able to get anything hard off Lundmark. No extra base hits and only a handful of base runners. Not more than 1 at a time, I believe. This one skied into the air. Easy play for Villarreal as he moves underneath of it and makes the play off to the side, and that'll be out number 1. So 1 pitch, 1 out for Lundmark, who continues to just be a model of efficiency. This will be Jamel Shabbat coming up. Shabbat, one of the few Valley City players that has reached base today. Reached with a single in the 4th inning, but got cut down at second base off a fielder's choice. 1 for 2 today with that single. And that'll hit Shabbat. So Shabbat able this time to get on with the hit by pitch. He got hit by a pitch in the 1st inning, but it was ruled that he leaned into it. This time, though, he gets to stay at first base. So Shabbat very close to having a 1-for-1 day with reaching base all 3 times. And it'll be VCSU bringing on another courtesy runner. It'll be Rogers back out there for the Vikings. Rosba swings and hits that one off his hands, and that'll move the count to 0-1. Rosba is looking to just give his team a spark. Falls down quickly, though, in the count at 0-2. He does have a stolen base to his name, so if he's able to get a single here and put runners at the corners, potentially his speed could allow him to put himself in scoring position. First got to be able to put this ball in play. Rogers off and running. It's a halfway decent throw, and they got him. Skipped in on a bounce and a perfect pick over at second base by McQueen, and McQueen just continues to be a thorn in the side of VCSU on offense and defense. One ball and two strikes. After the stolen base gets picked off, and Rosba goes down swinging, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. It might be unconventional, but it is a big 1-2-3 inning nonetheless, as we now go to the top of the second inning with Mayville State leading by a score of 2-0.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
New pitcher on for the Vikings. It'll be Jay Mendez, so that closes the book on Hunter Magnuson. He finishes with 9 strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 earned runs, and just a bit of a hard luck afternoon there for Magnuson. Just didn't get any run support behind him. So Magnuson hoping that Mendez can throw up a scoreless inning and that his team can come out there and put up some offense to avoid a loss. First pitch into Villarreal will miss high and outside for ball 1. Villarreal 0 for 1 today with the walk and the strikeout. Got fooled badly his last time up. That pitch will be in at the top of the zone for a called strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike here. So it'll be 9-1-2 due up for Mayville State. Sidearm sling across the plate, and that'll be a 1-2 count. For VCSU, the one thing you can say is that they have the middle of the order coming up in 4, 5, 6. Fortunately for them, 4, 5, 6 have all struck out on their last ABs. That'll dot the outside corner, but they won't call it. They'll peel down the first, and they'll say Villarreal did not go around. It was close on the location. That's why Villarreal offered at it. Just could not quite get them to fully pull the trigger on it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That one right down the chute for a called strike 3. So Villarreal strikes out for the second time today. Mendez able to rack up a K. And that'll be 10 combined strikeouts here for the VCSU pitching staff. So this will bring up Chris Shotbell. Shotbell has had a pedestrian game so far. 2 strikeouts and a fly out to center. Offers at it, they appeal, and they'll say he went around for a called strike. Reminder, folks, that after this game concludes, they'll do all the preparations and whatnot for game number 2. As hopefully you'll keep it right here for the second game here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. That pitch missed outside, and the count goes to 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Next pitch in on the hands and gets fouled away and towards the parking lot, and there is no car alarm going off. So everyone can feel a little bit confident that a ball has not been put through the windscreen. A 1-2 count here with 1 away. Mendez kicks, fires, nasty slide piece right there. Maybe a little bit of a cutter with the velocity. And Shotbell just got tied it on the hands, tried to fight it off, but couldn't get contact to it. And that'll be back-to-back strikeouts for Mendez. So Mendez will face Carson Lundmark. Lundmark 1 for 2 day today, a strikeout, a walk, and singled his last time up. Was slightly tempted by that pitch outside, saw a bit of a twitch in the hands, but ultimately keeps it back. And that'll start off the count 1-0. That'll be in the dirt, and the count now goes to 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes, with 2 away. We have now reached an hour 40 minutes of game time so far, and again, like most pitchers' duels, it has been a rather rapid affair. That'll miss off the plate, and a catcher was set up a bit more inside. If the catcher set up on the outside of the plate, might be able to frame that one, but kind of caught it off in the backhand position, and it's hard to frame a pitch when you catch it off in the backhand to be able to snap it back in. And that'll miss low for ball 4. So after really honing the zone in the first 2 at-bats of this inning, Mendez just loses the handle on the ball and walks his man on 4 pitches. So a pair of walks for Lundmark in this game. He's been on base 3 of his 4 ABs. And this will bring up Cam Goff. Goff 0 for 3 today, 2 strikeouts and a fly out to left. That'll run inside, and the count now goes to 1-0. Talking about limited damage here. You got to be able to do it here. You're not out of this game, and the catcher going to go out to talk with his man. So Shabbat going to go and try to settle down Mendez. But you got to be able to kind of calm the noise down here. Look at kind of how the runs have come across the score in this game. You walked home 1 after striking out Shotbell with 1 away. And then you give up a 2-out single to Jack McQueen, who's been on base all 3 times today. That, of course, came with 2 outs, and the last thing you want to do here is allow another digit to be put up on the scoreboard. Even though you've done a good job keeping the crooked numbers off, you don't want to try to have to come back from 3 and keep it to a modest 2. I'll get a man swinging and missing. Pick throw down to first base, not in time. Not a bad throw there by Shabbat, but he threw it towards the wrong side of the bag, threw it off towards foul territory. Want to try to lead the throw back in towards the runner at first base, essentially. The best way I can put it is you want to throw it at his helmet. Lack of a better term. That one, oof, I don't know where that missed. That's going to be 2-1. Really, for a catcher, you throw it at the runner most of the time. You almost, as what you say, lead the target, so to speak. You really want to try to hit the runner in the helmet every single time you throw the ball. Essentially, it's like you're either going to throw it right to the glove and be able to get the man out, or you're going to, or at least if you don't get him in the first baseman, second baseman, whoever misses the ball, at least it'll be stopped from going out of play by the, ear flap of the runner. That one misses off the plate, and the count goes to 3-1. Mendez with 3-1 count, and that misses off the plate. And that'll be ball 4. So back-to-back walks here for Mendez. Puts runners at second and first here with 2 away for the cleanup man, Kevin Conway. Conway, single in his last AB. He's 1 for 3 today. Strikeout, fly out to right, and that single. No balls and no strikes. 2 away here. First pitch right to Chabot for a called strike. VCSU trying to put themselves in position here to perhaps come back. Again, meat of the order coming up. Ground ball to third. Good hop handled. Throw over to second in time, and Mendez fired up. Team able to get out of it with the 5-4 putout. Cuts down the man at second base and cuts down the Comets offense. So we now go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It is still a 2-0 lead for Mayville, but, it is still a manageable deficit to come back from. Hopefully the Vikings offense can get something going after this break.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
We are back here to begin our 7th inning of play, the last inning of regulation, and VCSU, well, they're hoping they can get something going here. It'll be Velasco. Velasco struggled so far at the plate today. 0 for 2, ground out to the pitcher, and a strikeout. Look at the men due up for Valley City. It is Velasco, Babiuk, and Perro. That'll run inside for ball 1. VCSU is just about kind of doing your job in this scenario. Just get on base, whatever it takes, whether you got to get on base with a walk or a single. Velasco shoots this one into left field. That'll get down for a hit. It's deep towards the track. Velasco takes a big turn, but he'll throw on the brakes and head back towards first base. So leadoff single for Alexis Velasco.
The second baseman, number 6, Jaden Babiak.
So Jaden Babiak, catcher out of St. Albert, Alberta. Babiak looking to put a ball in play. He's gone down swinging in both plate appearances today. Into the on-deck circle steps Cameron Perro. So usually this is when you would see either a pinch run, courtesy runner. Got a stoppage here, and I believe. So let's see who's coming in here, and it is going to be a runner coming in. It's going to be Peyton Jancy. Jancy, a junior outfielder out of West Fargo. So the tying run now stepping up to the plate in the form of Jaden Babiuk. Lundmark trying to finish off a complete game. Nearly throws that one away as his first baseman, Evan Ochko, had to kind of splay out to get that one. Takes a deep breath, now focuses in on the target. Pitch fires, and that'll be in there for a called strike. Hey, sheesh. That looked a little bit outside, but ultimately got the call. And for VCSU, it's kind of just all about doing your job. Babiak not able to catch up to that ball, and He's just had himself a rough afternoon with those 2 strikeouts. Trying to avoid it being a 0 for 2 day. Lundmark comes set and fires, and that one will have too much tail to it as that runs outside for ball 1. Lundmark has really been able to avoid any type of significant pressure. He's allowed men on base the last couple of innings, but he's never had to face more than 1 man on at a time. It's a little handle shot, but it's carrying right to the left fielder, and again, that's kind of where the wind comes back to bite you. Handle shot like that might just die in the shallow part of the outfield, but with the ball just hanging up in the air because of the wind, it carries right to the left fielder in Denton. So fly out the left. Well, put some pressure on Pero here to get on base. VCSU not aggressive so far here on the base pass. First pitch swinging. That pitch will get up and out of play. And it'll be a 0-1 count. Can't count on multiple theories on how you approach this. Some coaches more aggressive than others. If that was the tying run, you would have probably seen the runner take off by now. But the last thing you want to do is run yourself out of this game and get your kind of one half of the puzzle thrown out over at second, especially when you got caught stealing the last time. That one going to miss high and off the plate, and the count will go to 1-1. Pero drew a walk in the second inning and struck out looking in the 5th. On deck is Brady Papineau. Papineau 0 for 2. Ooh, good pitch by Lundmark as just snapped that breaking ball through the front door. Started at the hip and winds up over the heart of the plate. A dangerous pitch if the hitter's looking for it. Usually they're not looking for something that starts at their hip. That'll miss high. Don't know if Lundmark necessarily too thrilled with that decision. Takes a deep breath, steps off the mound, and will step back on. 2-2 count with 1 away. Tying run at the plate for VCSU. The 2-2 pitch. Well off the plate, and it'll be a full count at 3-2. Usually, if it was 2 outs, you would send the runner in this scenario, but you might send him now anyway just to try to avoid to stay out of a double play. You figure that the batter's going to get something to hit. The only thing that really burns you is a line drive. And that'll be called strike 3 right at the knees, and Pero just turns about face and heads back to the dugout. So Judson Celiscar. Celiscar, big left-hand bat from Helena, Montana. That was the second time today Pero has gone down looking, and for Lundmark, that is going to be strikeout number 8. 8 strikeouts to only 1 walk and 1 hit by pitch. Celiscar not able to catch up to that one. Celiscar hitting for Brady Papineau. No balls, 1 strike, 2 away. That'll miss off the plate, and the count now goes to 1-1. Reminder, we will have our second game coming up after this, right around that 3:30 mark. Comes set and fires, and this one hitting to the screen, and now the Vikings are down to their last out. Celiscar looking to just get something up into the air. With his size, you figure if he can get underneath one and get a hold of one, he has the potential to drive it out of here, or at least drive it into the gap. Lundmark looking for a recycling of the signs. The 1-2 pitch. Low in the dirt, and it'll clip away, and it'll be a hit by pitch. So Celiscar gets on with a hit by pitch, and you don't know if there's going to be a courtesy or a pinch runner coming in. And they are going to put in the courtesy runner. They're going to put in Justin Rogers.
Number at first base, number 45, Justin Rogers.
So now the winning run. And this will be Hunter Logan coming up. And Logan, single in his last AB. Your VCSU, what you're kind of hoping for in this situation is another one of those wild pitches or pass balls to be able to get both men up freely into scoring position. Double steal is risky in this scenario. You would figure that any throw on a double steal would go down to third base. And the catcher going to go out and talk with Lundmark. Lundmark, this is the first time he's ever had to face multiple base runners. Riley Rankin going out there trying to calm him down, and he's staying out there for a while, and he'll give his pitcher a pat on the backside and give an opportunity to clear his head. Usually in that scenario, the catcher's going to go out there, and sometimes we're just going to sit out there and wait for the home plate umpire to come get him, and you'll usually see the umpire kind of writing down in their scorebook. Sometimes the pin's working, sometimes it's not. They just like tap the thing to keep count of how much time's gone. Usually you get about 30 seconds before the umpire comes out and talks to you. 1 ball, no strikes. That'll be swung on and missed by Logan. One hit here. If it's in the gap, you figure it gives you the best chance to tie the game, but you are probably still looking at 2-hit territory to tie this. And that'll be swung on a miss. Logan not able to catch up to the fastball. So once again, VCSU down to their final strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 away. Runners getting sizable leads over at the bag, although second base is getting held on. And the pitch right down the chute for a called strike 3. Can't leave the bat on the shoulder there. So that'll polish off a 9 strikeout performance and a complete game shutout for Garrett Lundmark. So Lundmark, 9 Ks, 1 walk, 1 hit by pitch, and only allowed 3 hits and 0 runs allowed. So Lundmark with a fantastic performance on the mound. Doesn't take anything away from Hunter Magnuson. 6 innings of work, 9 strikeouts for him. The difference in the game, the 4 walks and 3 of them coming in the top part of the 3rd inning, which allowed the game-winning run to come in and score, and then a 2-out single in the 6th inning allowed the Comets to be able to put 1 more run, and it was just enough distance for the Comets. VCSU put 2 men on base, but again, not able to get that big hit to drive in any runs in this first game. So we'll be back here in a little bit with the start of our 3rd game. Thank you for listening to our first game. Back here when the second game's ready to begin, right here on VCSU Athletics. Well, welcome back here, everyone, to the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both teams again. It'll be the same starting lineup as we had in game number one. I believe same positions as well. It'll be Chris Shotbell, Carson Lundmark, Cam Goff, Kevin Conway, Zach Evanechko, Jalen Denton, Jack McQueen, Riley Rankin, and Tony Villarreal, the starting nine for the Comets. Pitching for the Comets in this second game, that is going to be Derek Palmieri. For the VCSU Vikings, again, same starting lineup as before. Third base, it'll be Porter Jorgensen. Over behind the dish, it is going to be Jamel Chabot. Caden Roseba will be DHing. Alexis Velasco, Jaden Babiuk, Cameron Perro, Brady Papineau, Hunter Logan, and Diesel Goya. Pitching for the VCSU Vikings in the second game is going to be Connor Martin. So those are the starting five, or the starting nine for both squads today, including the pitchers. And we are set for our second game today. It'll be a 9-inning contest here in game number two. The first game took by Mayville State, a classic pitcher's duel. Both offenses, it was, well, not necessarily the brightest showing for both offenses. Only 7 combined hits. The Comets broke through in that third inning when Valley City State University starter Hunter Magnuson surrendered a leadoff double and walked 3 batters in the inning, giving Mayville State a 1-0 lead. Mayville added an insurance run in the 6th on Jack McQueen's 2-out RBI single. McQueen finished 2 for 2 at the plate with a single and a double. Magnuson took the loss despite a strong outing, only allowing those 2 runs over 6 innings while striking out 9. On the other side, Mayville State's Garrett Lundmark tossed a complete game shutout, striking out 9, walking only 1, and allowing only 3 hits. VCSU had a chance in the bottom part of that 7th inning, putting 2 runners on base, but Judson Seliscar struck out looking to end the game. So now you got VCSU looking to salvage the second game of this doubleheader. We'll be with you all the entire way right here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. So leading off for the Comets in this second game, it's going to be the same as last time. It is going to be Chris Shotbell. Shotbell finished the first game 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. The hat trick, of course, you strike out 4 times. It's called the Golden Sombrero. And if you strike out 5 times in a game, I think it's called the Platinum Sombrero. And, well, if you strike out 6 times like I did in a game, I like to call that the Galactic Sombrero. So we're checking both ways, making sure we are all good to go. And let's get ready for more baseball here on VCSU Athletics. First pitch going to be fouled up and over everything. First pitch at 3:31. Pull up the old game time temperature right here, and everyone inside the boxes now went home to go get a coat. It is technically warmer than it was before. It is feeling like 28, balmy compared to the 24 degrees it felt like at the first pitch of game number 1. First pitch misses low, or second pitch I should say. 1 ball and 1 strike. Next pitch is going to be sliced down the line, but that's going to hook foul. And the count will move to 1-2. So Connor Martin, a freshman, a 5'11" freshman out of Nesbitt, Manitoba. Lefty kicks and fires. Ground ball to short. Backhand pick. Cross the diamond throw. Going to have to get it on a hop. Velasco can't squeeze it. Good backup by the catcher to prevent the runner from getting any further. It'll be interesting to see how they score that. I think a good throw would have got him, but it was a tough play by the shortstop, and they are going to give him the hit. So Shotbell. Well, they're going to, well, now we got, now we have the scoreboard operator getting them a hit, and we have the official scorekeeper giving them the air. So So a little bit of decision making there. So it is going to be a error by the shortstop to put the man on. So we got a man over at first base. And this will bring up Lundmark. Martin throws a fastball that's going to get low for ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. Connor Martin, a little bit of what I like to call a lag in the release, has that big leg kick and then just kind of lunges forward. Of course, being a lefty, he's able to hold the base runners on a little bit better. Doesn't have to fully step off the rubber, can kind of just hold his leg up into the air and shift his momentum over towards first base for the pickoff. 1 ball, no strikes here. Martin looking the man back, goes with a little slide step, and he'll throw a good slider. That clips the outside corner for a called strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Martin looking to neutralize the leadoff base runner. Bunt being shown again, and the bunt popped up into the air, but it squirrels away from everybody. Bunt was put out of the reach of the catcher, Chabot. One ball, 2 strikes. Modest-sized lead for Shop Bell over at first base. And the pitch, that is slashed over towards the Mayville dugout, and the count will remain at 1-2. Wind still mostly blowing out towards center field, although we are seeing it swirl at times. Pretty much blowing straight out to center field or blowing from left to right. As of right now, it is blowing from left to right. Works in favor of the lefty hitters. Next pitch, foul, tipped and into the glove. Good squeeze by Chabot. And that'll be out number 1. I wish I could say there is any type of skill to catching a foul tip. It's luck. I caught for 10 years, and I can't tell you the technique you use really to get good at squeezing a foul tip. It is a lot of just hoping the ball hits you right in the glove. Bunt being showed down and offers that, and that's going to be a called strike. Interesting decision there to show bunt with 1 out. I don't like bunting in these scenarios. I get if you have your 9-hole hitter and you're trying to flip it to the top of the order to give your guys at the top a chance of driving a run like late in the game, but 3-hole hitter offering to bunt with a man at first base with 1 out, I feel like you're giving up an out for not that much better odds at scoring a run. Next pitch misses inside, and the count will now go to 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and a man on, and slow pickoff move over to first base by Connor Martin. Martin, a little bit of a tell there. He kind of flinched a little bit when he was making his decision to go over to first base, and the runner able to get a good jump and head back. And now back pick over to first base. That one a much better throw, but Chabot put it right on top of the bag. Needs to kind of get an aim for that corner in fair territory. It's not a bad snap throw if you can get the runner stumbling trying to get back, but ultimately a good jump back by Shop Bell. Cam Goff 0 for 3 with a walk in the first game. We'll take a called strike on that one, and the count will be even up here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Man on, courtesy of a throwing error. Martin's pitch, that's going to be fouled up and over and towards the parking lot. And getting up and over everybody. Connor Martin done a good job, really, of being able to find his command with that fastball. Be interesting to see if he starts mixing in the breaking balls as this inning goes along. Another pickoff throw to Velasco, and the runner again back without much of a fuss. Kevin Conway, currently the man on deck. Did the batter go around? They appeal, and they say he did. And, well, Goff, I think he knew he went around, hoping that maybe And it caught the umpire in between a blink, but ultimately got tied up there. Awkward looking swing. Couldn't keep the hands back, and that's going to be the second strikeout here. So after a leadoff runner gets on base, and again, E6 there, harsh, but, fair. Good throw would have got him. It was a nice play off the side there by Logan. Just could not quite get that throw on target. But after Logan with the air, you get 2 strikeouts, picking up your defense. Now you're up early 1-0 in the count on Conway. No balls, 1 strike, 2 away. Conway shoots this one down the left field line, but well out in front of that, and that is going to be a foul ball. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 away. Connor Martin looks down his man at the plate, fires a fastball right by Conway for strike 3. So Connor Martin, after allowing the leadoff man to get on, strikes out the side. And we now go to the bottom of the first inning with the score still tied at 0-0. Back here in a little bit on VCSU Athletics.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Third baseman number 3, Porter Jorgensen.
Porter Jorgensen getting his first AB of this second game. Jorgensen, tough game in the first one, 0 for 3 with a strikeout, a ground out, and a pop out. Didn't get the ball out of the infield in that first game. Now the Vikings third baseman squaring off with his new foe, and that one's going to buzz him up and in, Derek Palmieri. Always fun. The first pitch you see of a game is the one that buzzes you up and in the tower. The 1-0 pitch is going to be low and in the dirt. And that's going to move the count to 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Scoreless ball game here in this first inning. Mayville looking for a Friday sweep. VCSU looking to at least salvage 1 game here. VCSU, again, only 1 win in conference play so far. Next pitch in there for a called strike, and the count will go to 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. That'll be swung on and missed, and the count will go to 2-2. 2-2 here to Jorgensen. It'll be Jorgensen, Chabot, and excuse me, folks. That one going to be hit out in the right field. That's carrying way back, and it is off the wall, and it's going to be at least 2, and it'll be a stand-up double. So a bullet off the wall that kept carrying it, and this will be Jamel Chabot coming up. So Rosedebum moves into the on-deck circle. So Chabot was 1 judgment call away from having a clean day at the plate. Would have gotten hit by a pitch twice, would have had a single, but ultimately in the first inning ruled that he leaned into a fastball and eventually bounced out to shorten his first AB, but got a single and was hit by a pitch. So 1 for 2 day in game number 1. Offers at that one, and that'll be a called strike. Count goes to 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. That one off the plate for ball 1. So Palmieri, big, tall right-hand pitcher. Looking in on the hitter, Chabot. Finally gets the sign he likes, and a snap throw to first, and they, woo-hoo! That looked like he got him on the foot before he got to that bag, but they're going to rule him safe as that was, Jorgensen nearly caught napping out there on the bag. Usually go head first into the bag. Jorgensen went feet first and got a late start back to it, and that was close. 1 ball, 1 strike. Big high curveball that never comes back down from orbit. And the count will now go to 2-1. So VCSU doesn't have to wait. As long as they did in game number 1 to get their first hit, they get the first man on with the first hit of the game. A double to the wall. Now this next one off the plate for ball 3. So Chabot doing a good job of staying patient. Palmieri finally gets the sign he likes. Will come set. Still looking back that man at first base, and he'll kick and fire and throw it around. And eventually, if a pitcher looks at you for 5 seconds straight, you just kind of start leaning back towards the bag. Usually the times that get you if you're a runner is the one where the pitcher kind of gives you the quick, nonchalant glance and then comes back at you. Next pitch fouled off, and maybe a little bit out in front of that for Chabot. And that'll full up the count at 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Palmieri now about to fire his 10th pitch of the day, and he'll get Chabot swinging, as that'll be strikeout number 1 as Chabot kind of went up the ladder there to chase a fastball. And this will be Caden Rosdaba coming up. So Rosdaba, 0 for 3 in the first game. Got on base once with a fielder's choice. Didn't end up recording a steal, but struck out in the bottom of the 6th inning. This one skied into orbit, up into the windy but slightly overcast skies, and that's not a good read, and that one will fall. So that is going to be Rosdaba getting on, and that is going to be an error on Mayville State.
Alexis Velasco.
And that'll be Velasco coming up. Velasco got a single to start off the 7th inning, but ultimately could not come around and score after next 2 teammates went fly out to left, strikeout looking. Man did get hit by a pitch, but ultimately VCSU could not get across any type of offense in game number 1. First strike in there on Velasco. So 2 men on here with 1 out. Runners at first and second. Off a double and a dropped pop-up in the infield. High pitch. Oh, miss, and the count goes to 1-1. For those of you wondering why that infield pop-up was not an infield fly, well, the runner was not obligated to run from second base if there would have been pressure. Over at first base for the runner to potentially having to go, the infield fly would have been called. 1 ball and 1 strike. And that one goes off the plate, and the count now goes to 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Velasco looking to kind of carry over maybe a shred of momentum from his last AB into his first one in this game. And Palmieri will step off the mound and will try to recollect himself. 13 pitches so far in this inning. He's given up 1 hit. Coming sets straight up, and this one will be a hot shot to short. Backhand pick by Villarreal. Throw across the diamond, off the bag, but into the path of Velasco, and that'll be the second out of the inning. Evanetsko, the one that brought that ball down, and both shortstops have had to make a quick backhand play and throw a rocket across the diamond, and that one just threw the first baseman right into the path of Velasco, who kind of just stayed in front of him and kind of just ran him into him and just get the out. This will be Jaden Babiuk coming up. Babiuk 0 for 3 in the first game. Couple of strikeouts and a fly out to left. This one will be hit deep to right center. Way back, and it is off the wall. That'll score 2 runs with the 2-out double. So Babiuk, after a pedestrian first game with a couple of punchies, now nearly goes yard in his first AB of this game. So a 2-0 lead for VCSU. So Jaden Babiuk will be standing at second base for Cameron Perro. Perro got on base once in the loss with a walk, and now another quick pickoff. Man, that pickoff move to second base is good. First base, it's like every other right-hand pitcher, which is just kind of slow and clunky. But that move to second base, he's got a quick pivot off that back foot. The pitch is going to be off the plate for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. A 2-0 lead here for VCSU. Off the double by Babiuk. Perro now looking to add to that lead, and another pickoff throw, and this one nearly goes sailing into center field. Don't think the second baseman, McQueen, was ready for it, and McQueen had himself a heck of a game in the win over VCSU in game 1. Had a double in his first AB and also had a single that drove in a run. That's going to miss up in the zone, and the count now goes to 2-0. McQueen was responsible for both runs for the Comets in some way. Got the leadoff double in the third inning that allowed the Comets to eventually bring enough guys up for Magnuson to walk home a run that eventually turned out to be the game-winning run. And then with 2 outs in the 6th inning, had a single that got through to make it a 2-0 game. So 2 balls, 1 strike with 2 away. The next pitch will be in on the hands, and it'll be fouled away by Perro, and that'll put the count at 2-2. So Perro, the big righty, stepping into the box, inching his way closer and closer to the line. Now will open up his hips a little bit, looking to drive the ball to left field. About to be the 18th pitch of the inning for Palmieri. And a bit of a check swing there, kept the hands back, and that'll move the count to a full 3-2. Don't expect to see Babiuk taking off and running. No pressure coming from first base, meaning that he's probably going to play it safe out there, already in scoring position. No need to risk a throw out over at third base. Babiuk gives a look, and this one slapped into right field. They're going to send Babiuk, and the ball's bobbled in right field. It'll be a single, an RBI, and an error that allows the runner to move up to second base. So Perro gets a single and a fielding error out in right field by Shotbell.
Number 17,
allows Perro to get up to second base. So this will bring up the 7th hitter of the inning for VCSU. It'll be Brady Papineau. Papineau Got hit by a pitch in his last AB. That'll be low for ball one. So Papineau digging in, trying to find a way to perhaps keep this inning alive. It's been a great inning so far for VCSU. 3 runs across. And this one hit over to short. Villarreal catches a high hop, slinged over to first base. Good stretch by Evanetsko. And that will eventually end the inning, but not before 3 VCSU runs come across as the Vikings take a 3-0 lead into the top of the second inning.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
Welcome back here, everyone, to Charlie Brown Memorial Baseball Field. A brisk day here in Valley City, but VCSU, after 7 innings in game number 1 of not being able to get the offense going, only needs 1 inning to push across 3 runs. So the big double by Babiuk, as well as a single by Pero, drives in those 3 runs for VCSU. So it'll be Zachary Evanotsko coming up. Evanotsko, big lefty first baseman. Fielder's choice, a strikeout and a ground out to the pitcher for him in the first game. First pitch, a good-looking front door breaking ball by Connor Martin. And that'll put the count at 0-1. Martin quickly working here off the mound. Will throw another breaking ball, and that'll clip the outside corner for strike 2. Lefty on lefty, such a hard matchup for the batter, especially when that slider's just running away from you. Fires a fastball off the plate, and it'll get by the catcher, but they'll just scoot free and be eventually retrieved and tossed back into the dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes with no outs. Evanetsko, Denton, and McQueen due up for Mayville, and that one swung on and missed, and it'll be a drop third strike, but ultimately controlled very nicely behind the plate by Chabot. And Chabot throws it down to first base to retire the first hitter of this second inning. It'll be Jalen Denton coming up, the left fielder, 0 for 3 in the first game. Popped out to the pitcher, had a strikeout looking, and had a strikeout swinging. Denton in there for a called strike, watches the first pitch. Connor Martin looking good so far through the early stages of this one, and gets his man swinging, and I don't know if they call that a foul tip or just an all-around swing. Ultimately, though, good enough for the second strike of this at-bat. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch swung on and missed, and that is another strikeout for Connor Martin. Give him 5 in the game. So Connor Martin starting a lot like his contemporary on the Vikings, Hunter Magnuson, did, as Magnuson struck out, I believe, 4 of the first 6 batters he faced. Now you have Connor Martin doing almost 1 better now with 5 strikeouts. This one popped up and out of play, and the count will start off here at 0-1. No balls and 1 strike here to Jack McQueen. 2 for 2 in the win. A double, a run, a single, and an RBI. Responsible for both runs and also drew a walk in his second AB. No balls, 2 strikes. Connor Martin back into the windup, kicks and deals. Good looking off speed pitch. That's going to be fouled off just into foul territory. And now the grill outside firing up as the smells and the smoke start filtering into the press box. And I'm reminded of how long ago 11:30 was. Getting hungry. Now I'm going to be grounded over to second base. Over there is Babiuk, a little bit of a flip over to the first baseman Velasco, and that'll be a 1-2-3 inning for Connor Martin and the Vikings as we now go to the bottom of the second inning. VCSU in front, 3-0.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Welcome back here, everyone, to Charlie Brown Memorial Baseball Field. 3-0 lead for VCSU as we get set to begin our bottom of the second inning. Been a real strong start for Connor Martin out there on the mound. 5 strikeouts in the first 6 batters faced for the freshman. And now for VCSU, they'll be looking to build upon this 3-0 advantage. It'll be Hunter Logan stepping up to the plate. Struck out to end the game the first time around. Also had a single in that game as well, so a 1-for-3 outing for him. Diesel Goya, the next man up. So it'll be Logan, Goya, and Jorgensen. Fastball misses off the plate, and the count goes to 2-0. So Palmieri just not quite dialed in with the command so far in this one. And a bit of an erratic start for him. 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch fouled back into the screen, and that one hits flushly off the pole and back into play. So that one hit kind of the top part of the metal pylon that holds the netting together and just ricocheted back in. And now they throw that ball back to the dugout, but that ball might have a dent in it. That one runs inside, just misses the elbow guard of Logan. That'll move the count to 3-1. We got ourselves a 3-1 count here as Palmieri certainly racking up the pitches so far, and that'll be in there for a called strike. So now we got ourselves a full count at 3-2. Logan, pretty much a stand-up righty in that box, takes a swing and hits this one into shallow right field. Right fielder moving in, and he'll ultimately run that one down as Shot Bell gets underneath of it. And this will bring up Diesel Goya. So Goya 0 for 2 in the first game. Grounded out to the second baseman and grounded out to third. That one low and in the dirt, and the count will start off here at 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes here to Diesel Goya. Into the windup, and that'll be in for a called strike. Goya, a junior from Hawaii. One ball and 1 strike here, Palmieri, and that'll miss in the dirt, and that'll move the count to 2-1. New baseball being fetched from the bag of balls attached to the hip of our home plate umpire, and a fresh one will be provided out to the pitcher's mound. Palmieri back into the windup and fires, and that'll be off the plate for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 away. Here in the bottom part of this second inning with the VCSU Vikings out to an early 3-0 lead. All 3 of those runs coming in that first inning. Goya fights this one off, but fights it off right to Evanetsko, who runs it down in foul territory for the second out.
The third baseman, number 3.
So this will bring up Jorgensen. Porter Jorgensen led off the game with a double that looked like him was just about to clear the fence, but you'll take the leadoff double all day, every day, and you'd even take it twice on a Friday. Allen skips low in the dirt, smothered by Rankin. Count starts off here at 1-0. Palmieri back into the windup, will kick and fire, slings this one, fouled off the end of the bat and popped out of play. Count now evens up here at 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Palmieri looking for a quick 1-2-3 inning after having to labor through that first. That'll miss high and up and out of the zone. Due up the next inning for the Comets is going to be 8, 9, and 1. 2 balls and a strike. That'll miss up, and the count now goes to 3-1. 1 strikeout for Palmieri so far, no walks. Two errors for the Comets in this one. A dropped pop-up by Kevin Conway that allowed the second base runner to get on for VCSU. This will be the first walk as that one misses up and in for ball 4 as Jorgensen been on both times today. But it was a drop by Conway that put Roseba on the bag, and then a good-looking single, or a good-looking double by Bavia, of course, cleared the bases, and then a single by Pero that got bobbled out in right field by Shotbell. Allowed him to get the second, ultimately allowed the run to get home from second base as well, even though gets credit for the RBI due to the runner being pretty far along when the ball was bobbled. First pitch here to Chabot. In there for a called strike, and the count goes to 0-1. Pickoff move by Palmieri. And the count will remain at 0-1. It's got a very good pickoff move, especially to second base. VCSU has nearly been caught napping twice over on second base in this game. That'll miss high and inside, and the count goes to 1-1. Chabot 0 for 1 today with the strikeout. Runner getting a decent sized lead off first. That'll be spiked in the dirt. Good smother by Rankin. And that'll keep the count at 2-1. Rankin 1 for 2 on throwing out runners in that first game. Chabot digging in. Palmieri coming set. And that'll get by the catcher, and this will be a wild pitch. And now the runner takes a big turn over at second base, but ultimately will just take a light jaunt back to the bag, as this will put a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Chabot could drive in the 4th run of the game with a nice little single. A gap is present out there in right center. The center fielder shading over towards the left center part of the field, playing them to pull. And the pitch misses high for ball 4, so that is the second walk issued by Palmieri. So back-to-back walks now put up Roseba.
Intention now running at first base, number 45, Justin Rogers.
Justin Rogers coming
Batting
into
eventually
courtesy
hitter,
run.
number 28, Caden Rosaba.
Caden Rosaba. Now getting set for his second AB. Like to be able to achieve the same result, which is getting on base, but perhaps be able to get a hit attached to his name. Currently 0 for 4 through the first 2 games here so far. He has reached base, though, twice, in all fairness, but again, kind of like to have a hit here, especially with a couple of stakes on base. First pitch here to Rosebetta, and that'll be swung on and miss. As Rosebutta has to be able to kind of slow the game down here. No balls and 1 strike here to Rosebutta. That'll be hit into the air, into shallow right center. Center fielder and right fielder both in pursuit, and they run into each other. Do they hold on to the ball? That ball still looks to be, is it caught? And they are going to say it's out. So the center fielder got absolutely walloped by the right fielder, Shotbell, and Lundmark is down and he's getting up. And the reason why there was such a delay on that call is that you couldn't see the ball. It wasn't trickling past, otherwise the right fielder would have gotten up and go. But the center fielder somehow hung on to that one, and it would have driven in 2 runs. But ultimately, you're just happy to see everyone getting up and walking back to the dugout. So VCSU narrowly misses out on a couple more runs, but we go to the top of the third. It is still a 3-0 lead for the Vikings.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. Get your next project started, contact Matt, or visit us online at rambo.com.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
And we are back here over at Charlie Brown Memorial Baseball Field, a 3-0 lead for VCSU. Nearly missed out on a couple of runs there, but ultimately you're happy that Lundmark and Shotbell are okay, but the center fielder and right fielder for Mayville State came together in a rather violent collision out there in shallow right center to rob Roseba of a hit. And you couldn't see the ball, and you knew it wasn't past either of them. Otherwise, you would have seen Shotbell, who was the right fielder, which was the one that got up, would have been okay and would have been running back to get the ball. So you couldn't see it in front of him. Otherwise, it was going to, be picked up and thrown in. So it was either lying underneath Lundmark, but Lundmark just somehow held onto the ball and eventually, after he managed to get his bearings about him, got up and just showed the ball. This one going to be slashed down the right field for the first hit of the game for the Comets. So Rankin able to get the first knock of the game for the Comets. And this will bring up Tony Villarreal. Villarreal 0 for 2 day in the first game. A walk along with 2 strikeouts. No balls and no strikes with 1 man on for Connor Martin. Martin, big lumbering windup. Looks like a courtesy runner going to be called in here for Mayville State. I believe that is going to be Avery Kirkup. That one misses low for ball 2. So Connor Martin in a 2-0 hole here. And the bottom of the order was certainly pesky. Wasn't just Jack McQueen. It's the entire bottom part of the order that seemingly not make things easy for Jorgensen. This one popped up into the air. Velasco giving pursuit, coming underneath it. In fair territory, it drops. They do have a play at second base, and Velasco will ultimately throw that one back. So ultimately you get an out of the play, but anything hit straight up into the air, you're gonna have a tough time really getting squarely underneath of it. It's going to be easier for the outfielders to come in and make those catches today because they're going to be able to have the running kind of pursuit and be able to judge if that ball is going left or right in the air. You're just going straight back. That's just going to be a tough play to make. Ultimately, though, enough people backing up the play to flip it to short for the first out. Villarreal, though, very speedy base runner over there at first base, so got to keep an eye on that. 1 ball and no strikes here to Shot Bell. And they'll throw back over to first base to keep Villarreal honest. One ball and no strikes. The pitch by Shot Bell swung on and missed. And the count will go to 1-1. And that was a very firm fastball by Connor Martin. Audible thunk of the glove. And well, trust me, if you ever kind of stepped outside and your hands get cold, I can tell you right now that catcher's mitt doesn't offer much protection. Wouldn't be surprised if you got a hand warmer in that thing, trying to keep your hands warm to avoid just kind of the cold, stinging pop of just catching a fastball like that. Allen inside and in there for a strike, and the count now goes to 1-2. Martin looks at the runner once, looks at him twice, throws a changeup, and that one belted out in the left field, and that'll get through for a single. Villarreal takes a look at third, but will hold his horses and get back to second base. And so 2 singles in the inning for Mayville State have put the tying run at the plate in the form of Carson Lundmark. Lundmark, 0-1 in this game, struck out in his first plate appearance. Velasco slightly playing in over at first base. Third baseman also maybe pinched in just in front of the bag. Lundmark is showing bunt and pulls it back, and back pick over to second base, and that'll be back in plenty of time as Villarreal. So Chabot trying to keep that runner honest at second base. Villarreal getting a very big secondary lead. Not very often you get a runner out at second base off a back pick if you're the catcher, but it's more or less just trying to keep him honest. Slider, late swing, and Lundmark now down the count, 0-2. Again, Lundmark showing bunt there for the first pitch. I just don't get that decision. You know, again, you get 2 runners into scoring position, but you're also, you know, sacrificing it down to only 1 out to play with. So Chabot, a little bit of an equipment malfunction there. I believe having to snap one of the bands back into place on that hockey-style catcher's mask. 0-2 count with 2 men on in the top part of this third inning. The pitch swung on and missed. That fastball had some good ride up in the zone. And those fastballs look so tempting when they're coming in high and hard, but they are such a hard pitch to square up. The reason why you see a lot of home runs are going to be stuff that's just at the belt high to where you don't have to go up to get it. Just really hard to square anything up there. You want to try to drop your barrel to something to be able to elevate it, not try to chase a fastball like that. Runner's off and going, and it'll be a foul ball. The carom kicks off Chabot, and everyone's got to go back 90 feet, so the conditioning drill is going to require both runners to return to their original base of origin. Always loved when that happened when I was involved in a double steal. I was never the guy going to third. I was always the guy trailing, going to second. I always loved when that happened. I was not a big conditioning fan. Once happened 3 times in a row where a guy fouled the ball off on a 3-2 count. Just always fun going up and down, back and forth. Wondering why your teammate can't put the ball in play. 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 away. Connor Martin looking back the runner at second base. Will kick and fire home, and that is an express right by the bat of Cam Goff. And Goff kind of giving that kind of half cock of the head. Kind of, probably giving that face of like, all right, got to be able to catch up to it now. We got ourselves a 1-2 count. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 away. Connor Martin now looking back the man at second base. Villarreal taking a big lead. This one hit over to second base, right up the middle. Knocked down. Does he step on the bag in time? Yes, he does. So Goff running hard, and that ball was knocked down with the chest, so you're kind of left with the one option of just stepping on the bag, and he just gets there in time. So we go to the bottom of the third. Another scoreless inning in the book for Connor Martin. Works his way around a couple of hits. Bankering a little bit with the bottom of the third here on VCSU Athletics.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula. 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Number 8, Alexis Velasco.
Alexis Velasco leading off this bottom of the third inning for Valley City. Velasco 0 for 1 today. Velasco digging into that right-hand box. Takes a first pitch high and out of the zone for ball 1. So good job by Connor Martin to work out of that little pickle that he was in. Good defense behind him. Also a firm fastball helps. That one will miss out of the zone, and the count now goes to 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Now Velasco. Ooh, looks at one that's a bit high and outside, and Velasco kind of halfway looking at it. He steps out of the box and, well, now calls for time. He was kind of just standing in the box, heeing and hawing, and, well, if Palmieri really wanted to, he could have quick pitched him and maybe gotten another strike there. This one skied into the air. Catching the first baseman coming in, and it will be the first baseman making the catch on that one, and Evan Ochoa. And as a catcher, that is music to your ears when your teammate calls you off trying to catch a pop-up. Especially with a windy, it's cold. If you got the better angle to it, by all means, have at it. So this will be Jaden Babiuk coming up. Babiuk, 2 RBIs in the game after driving in both those runs with a double in the right center gap. As that ball has really been carrying all day. Makes a big rip at that one and comes up empty, and the count will go to 0-1. No balls, 1 strike with 1 away in the bottom part of this third inning. VCSU with a 3-0 lead. Babiuk drove in 2 of those runs. The other run driven in belongs to Perro, the man behind him. Babiuk, a little bit of a half check swing on that one on a pitch up in the zone. And the count will be even at 1 ball and 1 strike. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 errors for Mayville. 3 runs, 3 hits, and 1 error for VCSU. The pitch will be, he just clips that top part of the zone, and the count will go to 1-2. The 1 error for VCSU came in the first inning after a ground ball to short. Just could not be brought in. But ultimately, Connor Martin able to work around that. Adam is high in the zone, and the count will go down to 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Slight pause here by Palmieri. And the 2-2 pitch. Big curveball locked him up for a called strike 3. Babiak goes down looking. And this will bring in Pero to hit with 2 outs. Pero had a nice looking single the opposite way, driving it into right field, and Shotbell, don't think he really had a play at the plate, so the bobble doesn't prevent the run from being unearned for Palmieri. That one in there for a called strike after a first pitch slider, and the count goes to 0-1. But for Palmieri, gave up that opposite field single, and then Shotbell allowed the runner, Pero, to be able to get himself to second base off that bobble. Count now goes to 1-1. It's a good sign if you're a right-hand hitter, if you're doing damage going the other way. 1 ball, 1 strike, and this one hit to deep center field. Way back, and it is off the wall. The center fielder runs into the wall and gets hung up. Lundmark does, and Lundmark's down. He has to bring the right fielder over. They're going to hold him up at third base. And Lundmark went back towards the fence, and he just mistimed his kind of lunge and kind of went down awkwardly. And kind of, if he, again, easy to say from up here, but if he has a little bit better read on that ball, he slows himself up enough and just makes a little jump at the wall to get to it. But he crashed into the wall early. Ball goes over the top of him, hits off the fence, and he's slow getting up. It would have likely have been a triple anyways, but him not getting up and the right fielder coming over. Good job by Shotbell, by the way. Put the inside the park home run in the realm of possibility, but a good job again by Shotbell, not giving up on the play, getting over there and throwing the ball in. Keeps a run off the board, but Pero certainly having himself a nice day with a single and a triple. So this will bring up Bobineau. So Papineau just trying to find a way to come through here. 0 for 1 today. And hits a high chopper, but that's going to be foul. So quickly the count at 0-2. So without triple, the inning has certainly gotten a lot more interesting for VCSU. The pitch. Late swing there as that one's going to be fouled up and over everything. Still a 0-2 count. No balls and 2 strikes. As we now get to about the 1 hour mark of this game. Allen is high, and the count goes to 1-2. It'll be Logan, the man due up next for the Vikings. The 1-2 pitch with a man at third upcoming. Palmieri misses outside, and the count will now go to 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 away. A pass ball could very well allow Pero to come in and score. Palmieri's got to have faith in his catcher. He's going to try to work low in the zone. That Rankin's going to be able to keep it in front of him. That one hit over to short. A little bit of a confounding hot for Villarreal. Bobbles it slightly. The throw got him by a half step. Oh, VCSU thought they had him beat, but from where I was, it looked like that the ball got him there just by a half step. Papineau thought that he beat it out in time, but yeah, it looked like to me that There was still a little bit of elevation in that foot before he got to the bag when the ball hit the back of the mitt. So another close call there for the Comets, but it still is only a 3-0 deficit as we go to the top of the fourth inning. Keep it right here on VCSU Athletics.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
Welcome back here, everyone, to Charlie Brown Memorial Baseball Field. Set to begin our top of the fourth inning. Through 3 innings of baseball so far, it is a 3-0 lead for VCSU. It'll be Kevin Conway coming up. Conway, the third baseman, followed up by Ivanochko and Denton. In this game, it's just not been a lot going in the way of Mayville. They got 2 singles in the last inning, but couldn't do anything with them. Also got a pair of errors on the board as well. This one laced miles foul. It'll be off towards the berm and towards the bullpen. And it'll be a 0-1 count. No balls, 1 strike with no outs. Just underway here in this top of the fourth inning. Martin's pitch will be laced over the head of the second baseman. A little grenade shot, dropping down for a hit. So that'll be the third hit surrendered in the last inning and plus. So Mayville might be starting to figure out Connor Martin a little bit with those 3 hits, but Martin was able to work around it one time, but definitely wants to start limiting some of the traffic building up there on the base pass. So Ivanochko coming up. Ivanochko so far 0 in the first 2 games. Martin kicks and deals, and a good slider gets Ivanochko. He and Hahn and back and forth, not settled in the box, and now clipped the outside corner for a called strike. No balls, 1 strike. Slight jump over there at first base. Martin kicks, fires, and tries the outside corner. Again, that one just a bit too far off the plate. Not going to work up in the zone very much here if you're Martin. Trying to get that double play ball. And gets his man swinging. Count goes to 1-2. So essentially what you're going to try to do here is you're going to try to operate outside with that firm fastball and try to what we call tunnel your fastball off your slider and try to make the hitter guess. 1-2 pitch coming up, and slider swung on and missed, and the count goes to 1-3. When I talk about tunneling there with that 7 strikeout for Martin, what I'm talking about is you throw your fastball and your slider with a very similar kind of arm angle. You don't really change that much. You just kind of change where you're gripping on the seams. Of course, you're generating more spin on the ball with the slider, which is where you get the movement from. This one going to be hit out into left center, and that could be trouble. That's going to split the gap and get all the way to the wall. VCSU quickly going to get this one in to prevent a run, but it is going to be runners at second and third here with 1 out as Denton just belted that one into the gap. Really good job there by Goya to run that one down in the gap and make a really strong throw to the cutoff man. And when you see that, you immediately start looking towards the third base coach, and third base coach immediately threw up the stop sign. So we got ourselves 2 men on with 1 out as Jack McQueen, who was a thorn in the side of VCSU in game one, stepping up with an opportunity to pull his team closer in this game. And now he hits this one out in the right field. Going to be a good ball to throw on. Might be deep enough to score. Throw goes into Velasco, but gets through, and that'll be a sac fly. Ultimately deep enough to score, even if Velasco cuts it off. It was a low throw that was not going to be able to be done much of. So ultimately, nothing you can do there, but ultimately, if you get out of this inning with only giving up that one run after giving up a double and a single, you'll be happy enough. So this will be Rankin coming up. Rankin hitting his first AB. Oh, and that'll run inside and clip him, and that is going to be a very tender hit by pitch as now the tying run steps up to the plate, or steps on first base, and he'll quickly circle back and head to the dugout. Avery Kirkup.
At the plate, the shortstop, number 1, Tony Villarreal.
And this will bring up Tony Villarreal. 0 for 1 today. And we'll have ourselves a mound visit. So we'll be back here in, let's say, 30 seconds after this mound visit. The tying run is on base with runners at the corners. 3-1 lead here for VCSU. Back in 30 seconds.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right.
This week at Lever's Foods, save on Bellatoria Ultra Thin Crust Pizza, 2 for $8.48. Farm Rich Appetizers, $4.88 each. Paste, salsa, queso, picante, or taco sauce, $2.99. Fresh lemons or limes, 2 for just $1. And Wholestone all-natural bone-in pork, steak, or country-style ribs, only $2.49 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
2 men on with 2 outs and 1 run across here for Mayville in the top part of this 4th inning. They're starting to pile the hits together. 4 hits in the last inning and 2/3. Bunt being showed down, and Villarreal gets it down, and it's a perfect bunt. They're going to need a great throw to get him, and they will not get it. That ball just had no intention of going foul, and that is going to be a bunt single RBI for Tony Villarreal, and that'll make this a 1-run game.
The right fielder, number 9, Chris Shopbell.
So Chris Shopbell stepping up with an opportunity to perhaps take the lead if the Comets continue to tee off. So 7 Comets have come up in this inning. 1 ball, no strikes here. The 1-0 pitch coming up for Connor Martin, and he'll just lazily throw this back to second base to avoid the balk. So 1 ball and no strikes here with 2 away. Martin looking back at second base, will kick and fire, and he'll miss outside, 4-2. So Martin, after not really having to deal with much of any pressure, is now staring down the barrel of a possibly tied game if he can't get this final out. The 2-0 pitch. And a holding of the swing, and that'll move the count to 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes, and with a mound visit already spent in this inning, the next one will require a pitching change. Martin gonna need to be able to find something here. And finally powers a fastball down the middle for strike 1. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 away here. And 2 runs across for Mayville as they look to tie this game with Shopbell. Shopbell already with a hit today. And he'll sky this one into shallow right center. Right fielder calling everyone off, and he'll move over to make the catch as Papineau brings it in. So VCSU still has the lead, but only just as we now go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. It is 3-2 in favor of the Vikings.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
21, Hunter Logan.
So VCSU, after feeling quite comfortable for the first 3 innings of this game, now have themselves a ball game in front of them. 2 runs across for Mayville State in the top part of that second inning has made it a 3-2 lead for VCSU. As Valley City now hits this one to deep center field, but it looks like the center fielder's got a beat on that one, and he'll bring it down for the first out of the inning.
The center fielder, number 5, Diesel Goya.
So it'll be Diesel Goya coming up. Diesel Goya, 0 for 1 today. Made a good play earlier in the game to be able to cut off what was a double in the gap, but ultimately got it in to prevent a run. That one's going to bounce low and in the dirt, and the count will go to 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes with 1 away in the bottom part of this 4th inning. VCSU has gotten men on base, but they have not been able to get to Palmieri since that 1st inning. Bunt being showed down, and it's a push bunt over to first, and it'll take a kick off the grass into foul territory. Not necessarily where you want to be going. If you're going to push bunt over towards the first base side, you want to be pushing it in the gap right between first and second. Essentially, you want to hit it kind of firm enough to get it past the pitcher, but soft enough to where the second baseman has to come in and get to it. So he has to throw across his body over to first base. This one going to be shot the other way for a single, and Goya takes a look over in right field to make sure the ball is properly secured by Shotbell. And this one doesn't get by Shotbell, so it'll be a single for Goya. So we got a man on first here with the top of the order coming up with Jorgensen. Jorgensen led off the game with a double and drew a walk in his last plate appearance. Goya getting a big lead over at first base, putting some weight on that front foot, and a pickoff throw will be drawn over to first base. Goya might be thinking about trying to get the running game going here for the Vikings. Palmieri holding on to the ball, and it's a perfect jump by Goya, and his teammate Jorgensen just got, and he knows it too. He swung at a pitch he had no business swinging at. He made up his mind late. He swung at it, and he cost his team a stolen base. It's just one of those where the jump's so perfect that you hate going auto take, but sometimes you just got to throw the bat on your shoulder. And Goya hopping around on the base pass, and he will not go 2 times in a row. He'll take this pitch off, and it'll be high, a little bit almost of a pseudo pitch out there for Palmieri. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 away. Goya getting a small lead, now trying to stretch it out. Pickoff throw back to first base. And Palmieri trying to keep Goya honest, and Goya just got about as perfect of a jump as you could get over at first base. And now Goya, I think, tying his shoe, getting back. But Goya got such a good jump, and he left early, and Palmieri just, didn't see him leave out of the corner of his eye, or B, just pretty much decided it was a lost cause that he wasn't going to be able to kind of properly step off the mound and get back to second base to throw a kind of a pickoff over there. Now a pick over again, and this is what happens when you're fast and when you get a jump that good. You are going to draw a lot of attention. Usually pitchers will do one or two things. They'll hold on to the ball or their quick pitch, and that'll be low, and the count goes to 2-1. Goya right now is pretty much playing head games with Palmieri. He's pretty much getting about what I would call a micro lead. He's taking a step off the bag, and he's kind of just bouncing off the secondary lead. 2 balls, 1 strike. Goya shuffling, putting weight on that front foot. Palmieri holds the ball. Goya thought about going, gave it a good half step, and went back to the bag, and it'll be fouled off, and the count goes to 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 away. Goya yet to leave after attempting that first steal. Now back over to first base in plenty of time. Unlike in the pros, there is no limit to the amount of times you can throw over to a certain bag without it being a balk. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Goya is off and going, and this one will be flared into right field. High hop, and Goya will stop at first base. So now you got 2 of your more prolific base runners on, and Jorgensen and Goya. If you're going to try to be aggressive, now would be the time. Chabot has struck out and walked in this game. Rosedaba, currently the man sitting on deck, is 0 for 2, and so is Velasco. Like your kind of 2-3-4 hitters, the guys that are supposed to be your run producers, start being able to find a way to produce. First pitch misses high, and the count goes to 1-0. Interesting decision here for VCSU. Goya certainly has the speed to get to third base. Throw will go to third base. Usually on a double steal, you don't see the catcher go all the way down to first or go all the way down to second because it being a longer throw, despite whether or not it's a slower base runner going to second than it is a faster base runner going to third. Next pitch misses inside, and the count goes to 2-0. So Chabot trying to find a way to come through with his team. Trying to reinflate that lead. I'll miss off the plate, and the count goes to 3-0. Very good at bat from Chabot. He's not chasing. Sometimes you get that where you see those ducks out on the pond and your mind pretty much gets into one-track focus and you just end up losing that focus and you try to do a little too much. But Chabot's doing a good job of laying off the junk on the outside. And a back pick over to second base, and Palmieri, I'll give him credit, he does have a really snappy move to second base. Goya, though, aware of that, did not get caught napping there. 3 balls and no strikes. Goya dancing at second base. The pitch inside corner, called strike to Chabot. Chabot very much insta-taken on that one. I believe now that is 70 pitches for Palmieri. Their back pick over to second base, and he is very quick to second. And his second baseman and shortstop probably have to be quick too. Three balls and 1 strike with 2 men on. 1-run lead here for VCSU. The pitch inside for ball 4. So Palmieri has walked the bases full. And there doesn't seem to be any movement from the Mayville State dugout yet. Courtesy runner comes in. That'll be Justin Rogers. Rogers, a senior from Mildmay, Ontario. So now it'll be Caden Rosedaba coming up. And so now Mayville will take the mound visit. So bases loaded, one out. Pivotal part of this game coming up in the bottom of the second inning. Back here in 30 seconds on VCSU Athletics.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
So it'll be Jack Wold coming out of the pen for the Mayville State Comets with the bases loaded. So that'll close the door on Derek Palmieri. He's responsible for all three runners out on base. So Rosebud coming up. The more and more you do this business, especially when you call high school, you know, you start recognizing names. And Jack Wold from Kindred, remember him being, of course, an excellent athlete. A lot of great athletes coming out of Kindred. Almost remember him having a very nice kind of split finger pitch that kind of just rides in like a fastball and then just dies in front of the plate. No balls, one strike with one away. Rosebud trying to find a way to come through for his team here with the bases juice, and he hits this one deep to left center, way back, and it's caught at the track. But it'll bring in one run. Oh, that is the worst feeling in the world. You get a hold of one, and he's happy with the wind blowing out. It's bittersweet. You drive in the run, but you thought you had a tank, possibly a double in the gap for 2 runs, and instead you only get the 1 run out of it. But ultimately, you chip 1 run back into the advantage. And coming up next, it'll be Velasco. And that one just did not quite have the sauce to get out. Maybe on a warmer day that ball carries, but ultimately you will take the run. Velasco, a little half-hearted offer at that one, keeps the hands back easy, and the count will start out 1-0. That was a great swing by Rosebud, but just not quite enough to get it out. Hit it right into the power alley of 385. And this one going to be ripped but foul. Well out in front of that one was Velasco. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 away. 4-2 lead here for VCSU. 6 hits for the Vikings so far in this game. They would really like 7. And specifically like 7 if they can find something in that right center gap. That'll miss high and outside, and the count goes to 2-1. So Velasco followed up by Babiuk, and Babiuk has had himself quite the day so far. The pitch. Ooh, Velasco went chasing after something I think he was looking for. I think he was looking for something down and in, but that ball was a little too far and a little too down and a little too in. Swings over the top of it, and that'll even up the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. 2 men on for VCSU with a 2-run lead. Velasco hits at third base, but the hop is true, and it goes right over to the third baseman, Conway. He'll step on third for the out, and that'll sit down VCSU. Vikings tack on 1 run to the lead. They lead by 2 as we now go to the top of the 5th inning. After 4 innings of play, it's VCSU 4, Mayville State 2.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
No balls, no strikes, and no outs as we get set to begin our top of the 5th inning for VCSU. They're going to stick with Connor Martin out on there. And, the key thing here for Connor Martin is you want to try to have a clean inning of work. He's kind of been hit around these last couple of innings. Again, it's going to be critical for him to get off to that kind of hot start, be able to get ahead early in the counts, be able to avoid giving up the hard contact, because that's what's kind of stood out here a little bit, has been the amount of hard contact that Mayville State has gotten. Sometimes you just give up hits. It's it's just a fact of baseball. You're going to give up hits, but there's a difference between giving up a whole bunch of C&I singles and giving up a lot of loud contact. C&I singles, that'll come and go, but hard contact is something you need to try to get rid of. First pitch misses up, and the count will start off 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes here. Next pitch on the way will be low and in the dirt to Lundmark. Lundmark has had quite the eventful day out in center field, has been run over, has run into a wall, and has made several nice running catches in the gap. That'll miss off the plate, and the count now goes to 3-0. So Lundmark trying to get on for, I believe, the first time today. The 3-0 pitch in there for a ball, and the count will now reset to 0-0 after the 4-pitch walk. This will bring up Cam Goff to the plate.
The designated hitter, number 2, Cameron Goff.
So Cam Goff will take the walk from the first base side dugout over to the right-hand batter's box. Now you have Chabot looking in towards the dugout and getting signs. No balls and no strikes as Martin takes a look at his man, and this one pounded to left field way back, and it is off the fence. Good throw will be able to hold the runner at third base, and you do get the good throw there. Throw to second, not in time, and the double for Goff, and now the tying run is in scoring position. The go-ahead run now at the plate in the form of Kevin Conway. And that loud contact has just gotten louder and louder since about the 3rd inning. The 3rd inning, you gave up those 2 hits, and you didn't really think nothing of it because you got out of it without damage. But these last few innings, there's been a little too much hard contact, and it will not surprise me if this is the end of the day for Connor Martin. So we'll take the quick pause. When we come back, we'll have the resumption of this game. Tying runs are on base. See if VCSU can strand them. Keep it right here on VCSU Athletics.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
So they're going to leave Connor Martin in this game. They're going to give him an opportunity to work out of this. And, well, they're putting a lot of faith in the lefty. So 2 men on, no outs. Tying run at second base with the heart of the order coming up for the Comets. First pitch hit out in the right field, and that's deep, and that's still going back, and that's going to be brought down. Got to get this one in quickly, and it's a high cutoff throw. So the sac fly will put the Comets within one. And Evan Ochko coming up for his next AB.
The first baseman, number 19, Zachary Evanochko.
Evan Ochko, 2 strikeouts today. You would kill for another strikeout if you're VCSU. Infield is pinching in. This is a 9-inning game. Low and in the dirt. And the count will start off here at 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Into the windup, kicks and fires. This one a hot shot to second base. They're going to keep the runner at third, and that'll be as good as a strikeout. Good defensive play there by the second baseman, Babiuk. Babiuk got in front of the ball, knocked it down, made sure to look back the runner at third base, and then just quickly flipped it to first. So good defensive all-around play there for VCSU, and now they are an out away from getting out of this with the lead. Bunt being shown, and the bunt's got up into the air. Martin going over there, underhands at the first in time, and VCSU will escape the 5th inning with the lead. So we now go to the bottom of the 5th with VCSU still leading by 1. 4-3 back here in a minute on VCSU Athletics.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Jack Wold back out there for the Mayville State Comets, and once again the lead down to 1 run. Connor Martin, I don't know if you'll see him again, but he did get you through 5 innings, but it's very apparent that Mayville State has the timing on Martin. You might be able to stretch him for 1 inning more, but I don't know if he's got any more than that. He's giving you 5 solid innings. You don't necessarily want to leave him out there 1 inning too late. So Babiuk stepping up. 1 for 2 today, including a nice defensive play that last inning to be able to keep the ball in front of him and keep that runner at third base and ultimately keep the lead in the hands of VCSU. First pitch will run inside for ball 1. Wold taking a look in at the target set by Rankin. And the pitch will be up in the zone, and the count now goes to 2-0. Babiuk had a double in his first plate appearance that cleared the bases and drove in a pair of runs. And the next pitch slapped down the first base line, but hooks foul. If he just had a little bit more height on that one, would have skipped it over the first base bag, and that one would have been inside the corner. But as it stands right now, just a regular foul ball, and the count goes to 2-1. Wold again looking in on the target. Will kick and fire. Kind of a change-up looking pitch right there that kind of just fades to the outside corner. Good arm side run there, but ultimately the count goes to 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. Or excuse me, 3 balls, 1 strike. Pitch to Babiuk, offered at and in there for a called strike, and the count will be full at 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. No outs here. This has been the part of the order that's done the most damage in Babiuk and Pero, so it's a good way to start out if you're the Vikings. And Babiuk just fooled by that changeup and miles out in front as he fans on it for the first out.
The left fielder, number 24, Can Pero.
Pero stepping up. He's got a single and a triple in this game. The pitch will go outside for ball 1. So Pero, his last one he hit to dead center field, and the pursuit was given by Lundmark. Lundmark mistimed his jump into the fence, got up slowly, and nearly was an inside the park home run for Pero. He was held at third base. That one in there for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. That wind still blowing straight out to center field. Next pitch, low and outside for ball 2. The wind early on was probably coming in 12, 15 miles an hour. It's now coming in about 17, so it's picked up slightly. Next pitch, that one's going to be hit over to left field. But the center fielder is going to come in, ultimately run that one down in left center as Lundmark makes the catch for out number 2.
The right fielder, number 17, Brady Papineau.
So Brady Papineau going to get another opportunity with the bat here. 0 for 2 today. So Wold has done a good job of coming out of the pen and helping stabilize this Comets pitching staff. I'll miss off the plate, and the count goes to 1-0. VCSU has not gone down quietly very often in this game. Usually at least getting 1 man on base. This one will be hit off the hands, and the count goes to 1-1. Again, very interesting to see if Connor Martin will be the man that comes out of the dugout and steps to the mound for VCSU. This one going to be ground ball to third, kicked initially. Throw by Conway in time. Evan Osko, nice big target, sticks up the big paw and brings it down for out number 3. So that'll be a 3-up, 3-down inning for the Comets as we go to the top of the 6th inning, a 4-3 lead for VCSU.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
And we are back here to begin our top of the 6th inning. Remember, this will be a 9-inning contest. And it will be Connor Martin coming back out for VCSU. This is going to be close. If he can get you through the 6th, he's done his job. But
the top of the 6th for the Comets.
and he's getting hit around pretty well these last few innings. So stepping up will be Jack McQueen. So McQueen settling in for another AB. He's had himself a pretty solid afternoon between these two games. That one swung on and missed. Good to see Martin having that kind of snap fastball back. Again, that fastball just kind of snaps in and tails to the outside corner to righties. That'll miss low, and the count goes to 1-1. Looking at the pitch count right now for Connor Martin, it's going to be 64. So not a lot of pitches thrown, but had some very stressful innings as of late. That'll miss high, and the count goes to 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. And that'll be a slider that slides in at the feet and is well low for ball 3. Martin got to be able to find his control here. Don't know how long of a leash he's on. That's going to be fouled off underside of the barrel and a late swing for McQueen. Queen with an RBI today off a sac fly. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Tried to frame it up inside, but just a little too far off the plate to frame. And that'll be a leadoff walk.
Riley Rankin.
So Riley Rankin coming up. I believe the second walk surrendered by Martin in this game, and catcher is going to come out here and throw down some defensive signs. Might be setting up a back pick, might be setting out who's going to cover what. Might just be changing the signs in general. So tying run at first base. The pitch by Martin is going to be high for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Mayville has fought their way back into this game, taking advantage of every opportunity they've had pretty much since the 4th inning. Martin comes set quickly. It'll be a 1-0 pitch. Runners getting stride and a half from first base, and that fastball misses up in the zone. Count goes to 2-0. Martin has allowed 6 hits in this game, 3 earned runs, has struck out 7, has walked 2. The next pitch skied into the air, and that is going to be over towards the shortstop, and the catch will be made. So this will bring up Tony Villarreal. Villarreal, 1 for 2 today, laid down a bunt in his last plate appearance that drove in a run. Don't know whether or not that's going to implore Jorgensen over at third base to come playing in and guard against the bunt, as more signs are thrown down defensively for VCSU. Martin, nice good fastball down the middle, and that'll start the count off 0-1. Villarreal, not a prime candidate for a double play given his speed, but anything hit hard enough does give you the opportunity to turn 2. Ball in the dirt, and it skips past the catcher, and that'll be a wild pitch as that one bounced pretty much on the lip of the grass right in front of home plate, where that kind of dirt circle is. It kind of hits right in front of there, and the catcher just, Chabot hops right in front of it, but the problem is when it hits that far in front of the plate, you don't know if it's going to stay low. You don't know if it's going to kick high. And that one, just by the sound of it, sounds like that it kicked off the plastic of the knee. That one hit off the hands, and that'll get out of play, and the count goes to 1-2. You can tell by the way Chabot's trying to block that one, kind of almost in a half crouch, trying to play it both ways, and the ball kind of takes the one hop you really don't want. You don't want the intermediate one because that's when it does hit you in the knees. If it stays low, kind of probably hit you lower in the shin guard, a little bit more meat there, and just kind of probably stays right in front of you. Gives you a chance to block it. And that's a good job by Martin to come back with a big fastball to get the strikeout. So that'll give him 8 strikeouts on the day. As now this will be Shotbell coming up. Shotbell 1 for 3 today with a hit. Trying to see if he can finally not put his team over the hump, but finally get them back even. Martin been living dangerously these past 3 innings, but he's found a way to always get out of it with the lead. First pitch fastball by Shotbell for strike 1. Shotbell, the leadoff man for Mayville State. That'll run inside, and it gets through the catcher again, and that one, that's going to be a pass ball. As now the ball, I think, well, it was. Something came out for Chabot. He's picking at something. It was something kind of white and plasticky looking. He tosses the ball back to Martin, but that one for Chabot, he kind of got down on one knee thinking he had squared up in front and it just kind of skirted off through the side of the mitt. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. Now goes to 1-2, so a walk, a wild pitch, and a pass ball have now put the tying run over at third base. Shotbell waiting for this pitch, and that'll buzz him up and inside for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 away. Now VCSU trying to find a way here to perhaps once again stifle a Mayville rally. That one blocked in the dirt. Good sliding block. As it'll be a full count at 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. This will be the 81st pitch for Martin. Looking for strikeout number 9. Into the windup and fires. Swung on and missed. Gets him when he needed it the most. And for the 3rd inning in a row, he leaves the tying run on base. As we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, it is now a 1-run lead for VCSU as they try to find a way to add on some much-needed insurance back here in a minute on VCSU Athletic.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 70.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
We're back here to begin our bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Hunter Logan. 4-3 lead for VCSU as this has gone from a game where it looked very early on that maybe VCSU was going to be able to get the offense going and chase, kind of Mayville off the diamond, but since then Mayville has done a good job of staying pesky and settling down and making this anything but a sure thing. I believe we have ourselves a fielding change out there as well over at first base. So I believe that's actually Quinn Pershing over at first base. So I believe we have ourselves a defensive substitution. I could just be off. I could be mistaking a 0 for a 9. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here to the 8-hole hitter for VCSU. The 1-1 pitch is in there by Wold, for a called strike 2. So the 1-2 pitch upcoming here. VCSU would love to add on some insurance, but they have just really not been able to kind of consistently crack through Mayville since that first inning. That'll be up into the air and up and out of play as well. And the count will remain 1-2. Wold, someone that doesn't quite offer overpowering velocity, but he does have a good pitch mix. Again, got to be wary of that split finger. There it is, and this one it's tackled to left field, but it is going to be too far and too left of the line, and that'll be a foul ball. That one hung over the heart of the plate, and that's exactly where you want that kind of pitch to be, is right over the heart. You drop your barrel to it, and you just try to explode it out towards the outfield, but just a little too far in front. Another 1-2 pitch on the way, and that'll slide its way out of the strike zone. And the count goes to 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now Wold will come set and fire. And this will be a ground ball. Tester over at third base, and it gets through the third baseman, and they are going to give him the base hit initially. So the third baseman, Conway, coming in to charge that one. It was going to be a tough play. The only chance he had was scoop it clean off the glove and then just hit a running throw, which even then, that's not 100%, or as Logan was running well down the line, and then it gets through to Villarreal, and Villarreal has no chance to throw out the runner, so he just puts the ball in his back pocket. So man on with no outs. Goya shows bunt. It's a bunt right back to the pitcher. It'll do its job and advance the runner 90 feet, and that'll be out number 1 with the throw down to first base.
The third baseman, number 3, Porter Jorgensen.
Porter Jorgensen now will step up for the Vikings. Jorgensen having himself a good day so far. 2 hits, a walk. Would love to be able to get himself another double here. Try to extend this lead for his team. That'll be in at the kneecaps. He'll back out for ball 1. Kind of feel like both ways, both teams are kind of just lurking on the edge of perhaps a big inning. You're just kind of hoping your team's on the right side of that explosive inning. That'll be low in the dirt, and the count goes to 2-0. The temperature starts to cool off more and more. It says 43 degrees out there, but I'm telling you right now, my hands and feet are telling me it's too cold to be playing baseball. 2 balls and no strikes. The next pitch, that'll be tomahawked foul, and the count goes to 2-1. Yeah, so either, and they have officially made the change in the system, so I was going to say either there was a slimming down by Evan Nochko, or there was a change over at first base, and there was a change over at first base. So Pershing now into the game for Evan Nochko. This one hit off the handle, and that's going to be just a lazy bloop over to Villarreal, and Villarreal moves underneath of it, no problem.
The catcher, number 4, Jamel Chabot.
And Chabot now gets another crack in the batter's box. He's had himself Well, only one official at bat, and that official at bat was a strikeout, but he does have 2 walks today. Oh, Chabot trying to find a way to come through with a big hit here. Rosedaba is the man on deck, and Rosedaba has what is the most bittersweet feeling, a sac fly on bases loaded. Not only that, a sac fly that got pretty much everyone here at Charlie Brown thinking that it was going to get up and out. And Chabot hits a rocket into left field. It's a hard hit ball, so there'll be a play at the plate. Quick throw in, Daisy chained in, but they're not going to get it to the plate. They're going to go to first, and it's not in time. And Chabot comes through with a 2-out single. Diving effort made by Villarreal. Left fielder Denton got it in quick, but it got cut off by Conway, and Conway decided to try to go back to first base. Good job by Chabot not to get too far off the bag, and then just kind of staying, kind of sound, stay close to the bag, and easily steps on to avoid getting tagged out before the run came across. So VCSU's got a run back, and they now lead by 2. This one hit high into the air, and this looks like it's going to get up and over everything, and it's off the top of our press box. So this will bring up Rosedaba. Rosedaba, RBI today. He'd like to do a little bit more, try to get that hit. And this one hit high into the air, into the swirling wind. Not going to be an easy play. Center and left fielder looked like they were going to come together, but ultimately called off, and that'll bring it into the 6th inning. So now we go to the top of the 7th inning, and it is a 5-3 lead for the Vikings. Back here in a little bit on VCSU Athletics.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
For the Vikings, number 47, Devin Minnie.
Substitution coming in. It's going to be Devin Minnie over at third base. So defensive substitution starting to be made here for the Vikings, but the one substitution not being made is Connor Martin, the freshman from Manitoba, brought out there for his 7th inning of work. And he'll be facing Lundmark, and Lundmark 0 for 2 today. And he's had a very busy day defensively in the second game. And this one pounded to right field. This one hooking, and fair off the wall. And that'll be at least a double. And it's a 1 batter too late for Connor Martin.
The designated hitter, number 2, Kevin Groff.
You'll like that insurance run you got right there. But just, again, this is where he got in trouble last time. Now you just got to hope that he can get his way out of it again and get back out of this kind of inning with the lead. Each of the last 3 innings, he's left the tying run on base. So the catcher Chabot going out there trying to calm down his pitcher, giving him a little time to rest. And it's kind of just one of these times where a catcher, like, you just kind of tell him to breathe. As a catcher, you got to kind of know your pitcher better than anybody. Some pitchers, want you to come back out there to talk to them. Some of them kind of just want you to, sometimes shoot the ball and give them some time to, you know, give give them some time to recuperate. And some pitchers really just want you to stand in silence there for for however long it takes. VCSU is going to have a mound visit after this, and that might have been the play by the catcher is just to go out there for a visit for as long as you can and then give the manager an opportunity to come out and get the bullpen ready. And that is going to be the door on Martin. So Martin walks out of this game with 6+ innings pitched. He's responsible for the man at second, but he gave you 6 solid innings of work. Now you got to find a way to get these last 9 outs. So the bullpen will start getting active here for VCSU back here after the change on VCSU Athletics.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
So Connor Martin will head to the dugout in favor of Eli Chabot. Chabot, a sophomore, 5'11", out of Cheney, Washington. And he'll be facing the meat of the Comet Order. 3, 4, 5 coming up with the tying run going to be at the plate, at least in these next 3 ABs. And just a little lob over to second base and nearly hits the runner in the top of the head with the ball. So this will be Cam Goff coming up. Goff 1 for 3 today. Struck out and has a single to his ledger. Goff pretty much standing straight up in that right-hand box. First pitch will be outside for ball 1. You got a feeling that if the game was still probably a 1-run game, Martin might have not come out for the inning, but knowing that you probably had at least a batter to work with for Martin and still had a little bit of zip on that fastball, you see why they brought him out there, but obviously on a very short leash. 2 balls and no strikes here. Chabot needs to start challenging these hitters out of the bullpen. Gets them to swing and miss of that one. The count will go to 2-1. I think the catcher might have been calling for perhaps a new ball. Don't know if he got one. 2 balls, 1 strike, no outs. 2-run lead here for VCSU, but the pressure's starting to be ratcheted up here. And that'll be in on the hands. Velasco giving a chase to that one, but it'll get over his head, and that'll be a foul ball. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chabot trying to pitch around the leadoff double. Next pitch, ground ball over to third, but that'll get foul. And the count will remain at 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chabot would love a strikeout in this scenario, but would also love anything over to the left side to keep that runner from going 90 feet. That fastball sails up in the zone, and it'll be a 3-2 count. 7 hits now for Mayville in this game. Both teams averaging more than 1 hit per inning right now. Chabot looks in and fires, and that'll go outside for ball 4. So the tying run now on base, and this will bring up Conway.
Third baseman, number 29, Kevin Conway.
Conway, 1 for 2 today. Has a hit, an RBI, and a strikeout. One good thing about putting that runner over at first base is that you do give yourself some options defensively. If this ball is hit to third, you can step on third for the force out and cut down the lead runner. You also have the double play, of course, an option if it gets hit to short or second. Mostly you need to force Mayville to try to put the ball in play here, because you can't just walk everybody around. 1 ball, no strike here. And that'll run inside and hit him. And Chabot has now walked a batter and has now hit a batter. And now the go-ahead run standing at first base. And the catcher will go out and try to talk to Chabot. And again, this is where you start knowing your pitcher here. Trying to talk to him and kind of see what's going on through his head.
The first baseman, number 10, Quinn Pershing.
So VCSU, the infield is playing in. Bit of a surprise, I would say, unless they're guarding against a bunt. The reason I say that's a surprise is that you would be willing to trade 2 for 1 here. Question is, though, if you can get 2 for none, that would probably be the better option. They might be looking for a first pitch bunt here by Pershing. Remember, Pershing came in for Evan Etchko in that last inning. This one's going to be a swing and a pop fly over towards left field. It's going to be run down in fair territory. Ball quickly gets thrown in, gets through the cutoff man, but the run in to score in plenty of time. In those situations, sometimes if the ball's going to be in foul territory, sometimes you'll see the fielder actually just let the ball drop in foul territory, knowing that they might not have a chance to get the runner at the plate. But that one was in fair territory, so the ball's caught, brought in. So the tying run still at second base, but the lead now only 1 run. That one in there for a strike, and the count will go to 0-1. So no balls, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 men on. That runner coming across will officially close the door on Connor Martin. He'll finish the day with 4 runs allowed. That'll miss off the plate, and the count goes to 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chabot eyeing the runner at second. The next pitch will be high and out of the zone, and the count now goes to 2-1. So now 2 balls and a strike. Now Chabot, and he's got to find a way to start challenging these hitters. Next pitch will be in there for a strike, and ooh, that was just a strike. Denton kind of hemming and hawing a little bit of that one. It is a 2-2 count here with 1 away. Big pitch upcoming here for Chabot, and he'll step off the mound and just flip it over to first base. Sometimes you'll see pitchers just kind of flip the ball over to one bag or the other just to kind of give themselves a mental break other than just step off the rubber. 2-2 count upcoming. The pitch fouled up into the air, and that'll get up and over the screen. Chabot desperately looking for a put-away pitch, perhaps a ground ball right to short. Try to set up a double play here. They do say the double play is the pitcher's best friend. This one hit high into the air, deep to right center, but it'll be caught. Runner checking up and going to third, and they hold up on the throw. And smart play there from the shortstop, Logan, not trying to make too much happen there as catching that cutoff throw on a run. Again, you're not preventing a runner from getting into scoring position. The runner is going from scoring position to scoring position. The last thing you want to do, if you're Logan, is try to make a running throw after getting the cutoff throw and hit Minnie, who might have not even really had a chance to get a tag down on the advancing runner. So 2 outs, still a 1-run lead for VCSU. That fouled into the screen, and the count will start 0-1. This has certainly been quite the late stages to this ball game. The top half of the last 4 innings have seen the tying run get on base. But in the first 3 of these 4 innings, that tying run has been left stranded. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 away. Comes set and delivers. That one off the plate for ball 2. Temperature's starting to dip down even colder and colder as we get into possibly 30 degrees territory. Chabot holding on to the ball. Fires a fastball. That's off the plate for ball 3. Chabot now at 20 pitches out of the bullpen. Pitching to Jack McQueen. McQueen today with a walk as well as a sac fly. And this one hit out straightaway left field, and it is down for a hit, and that'll get down and tie the game. Late jump out in left field by Pero. Gave it everything, did the smart thing, didn't head first dive for it. He gave it kind of the, almost you're sliding almost into second base where you kind of put your foot out in front of you. And the reason you do that is you give yourself a bigger wall in case you don't get to it. It knocked it down in front of him and kept it from getting by him, which would have allowed the runners to pretty much circle the bases. So we have ourselves a tie game. The Comets have been threatening at tying this game for a while, and they finally get that tying run across in the 7th inning. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 away. Now VCSU just looking to limit the damage here to the 2 runs. That'll be in there for a strike, and the count now goes to 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 away. 7 hits now for the Comets. Rankin. Ooh, so the umpire, I think, looked like he was going to call a strike and then backed out of it. I mean, for what it's worth, I don't think it was a strike, but certainly if you're a pitcher out there and you see the umpire get up looking like he's going to call a strike and he doesn't call a strike, now we got everyone pointing saying, like, you called strike, right? Nope. And the umpire, I think, is trying to say, I didn't do anything. No, I wasn't looking at calling a strike at all. Homeboy, we got video evidence on the contrary. It's okay, everyone makes mistakes. And he didn't make the correct call, but. Oh, and now they're going to appeal down to second base, and they say he didn't go. Now VCSU is starting to get a little antsy. They thought not only should that last call have been a strike, but now they thought that last pitch should have been a strike, and it did look like that there was the possibility he went around. That one misses outside, ball 4, and Now the bases have been loaded with 2 outs, and now we're pointing to the dugout. We having a mound visit, or did somebody get tossed?
Now running at first base, number 24, Avery Kirkup.
And
Number
I
1,
mean,
Tony Villarreal.
somebody I think has gotten tossed. The umpire pointed to the dugout. So somebody went in the book. Not sure who that was. Somebody might have gotten the heave-ho. So 2 outs and the bases juiced here for Mayville State. This one hit high into the air. It'll be fair. Left fielder coming in on it. Up into the air, and it'll be run down for the final out. But the lead is no more as Mayville State ties it up. We'll be back here in a little bit with the bottom of the 7th inning here on VCSU Athletics.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
5-5 ball game here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Mayville comes through with 2 runs, and VCSU is starting maybe perhaps come unnerved. So Alexis Velasco coming up. 0 for 3 today for Velasco. Velasco had a sac fly in his last plate appearance. Jack Wold has come in and done a fantastic job out of the bullpen for Mayville State. He's still out there right now for the Comets, as that'll be back and over the top of the crowd, and the count will start out at 0-1. So it's Velasco, Babiuk, and Perro coming out. 4, 5, and 6 as we begin our bottom of the 7th inning. That'll be a ground ball, not an easy play, and it hits Villarreal in the face on a wicked hop. I mean, that thing's just skipping like a demon right there. It's like you can. So they're discussing right now. They give it an air, and I know Villarreal's not going to like that. As a fielder, I wouldn't like that as well. If you get an error for that one, it's like, what do you want me to do? That ball's coming in at just bing, bing, and then just explodes up in your face. It's like I got hit in the face. That's bad enough. Now I get an E attack to my name as well. Like, come on now. So now we're just having a discussion. We're going E on the scoreboard on one side, and now we got a hit on the other. So this is very much still up in the air. So Velasco will check out of this game, and a courtesy runner will come in, and it'll be Justin Rogers.
Attention, now running at first base, number 45, Justin Rogers.
So Justin Rogers has had a busy day courtesy running, and they are going to pull it back and give him a hit. So Velasco does get the knock on there. Finally, his first hit of the day. So this will be Babiuk coming up. So Jaden Babiuk trying to find a way to reestablish his team's advantage. And Babiuk hits one through the gap And that's over to right field, and they check the runner up at second base. Oh, in a situation like this, you might like for a little more aggressiveness out there on the base paths. But you do have perhaps your hottest hitter in this game coming up in Cam Perro. So Perro trying to find a way to come through here with 2 men on and no outs. Big opportunity here for the Vikings to take another late lead. And now we'll have ourselves a mound visit by Mayville State, so we'll take the quick pause back here when the mound visit's over on VCSU Athletics.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
And they're going to leave Wold out there to pitch. So got 2 men on with no outs. And Cam Perro coming up. Cam Perro, an RBI on his docket today along with 2 hits. So Perro just slightly open batting stance in the right-hand box. Looking for that big hit to reestablish the VCSU lead, but he offers a bunt. And they'll say he offered at it, and that'll be strike 1. And I get the sentiment behind the bunt there, but again, you might be taking the bat out of your hottest hitter's hand. And you admire the team first approach sometimes, but sometimes you got to let your hitters go out there and hit. Shows bunt again, and he'll get it down, and it's a good bunt. Tricky hop for the pitcher. He's not going to get it. So that's probably in the perfect spot. Reason why is that bunt chases the pitcher off towards the third base side, but the third baseman's going to go off and play third just in case they're going to cut him down. So the guy who'd have the good angle for it's not going to get there. Shortstop can't get to it, and the pitcher has to pretty much pick it off a backhand and either try to backhand pitch it with his glove or try to pretty much quickly transfer it from glove to hand. I mean, that's a perfect bunt. Nothing the pitcher can do there, and even if it was just a straight throw to first, don't know if he gets them. And this one hit up the middle. That's going to get down for a hit. That's going to bring in at least 1 run. It is only going to be 1 run. They throw the brakes on at third base. But 4 straight batters get on for the Vikings, and they now have a 1-run lead. And that'll quickly bring it into the day of Jack Wold. He probably deserved a little bit better result than what he got. Left out to dry by his manager in the 7th inning. So he'll get taken out of this game, and a call to the bullpen will be made. We'll be back here with the pitching change here on VCSU Athletics.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Pitching change made. It is Jake Hutter coming out for the Mayville State Comets. Jack Wold will be responsible for all 3 men out there on base. Wold did a good job stabilizing Mayville State out of the pen, but in my opinion, kind of got left out to dry there by his manager. He kind of gave you all that you could have. You could tell he's kind of running on fumes at that point, and just allow him to go out there and just give up, one batter too many. So this will be Logan coming up to the plate, 1 for 3 today. First pitch, little blooper into center field. Is it going to get down? A diving play made in center field, but it will not prevent the run from coming in. Good job of checking up at third base. And a diving play made out in center field by Lundmark, but it'll still be another run coming across. And it'll be Diesel Goya coming up. VCSU more than happy to make that trade off. 1 out for 1 run. Late in this game, you essentially erase all the progress that Mayville made. They got 2 runs, you get 2 runs. Diesel Goya coming up. Got a hit his last time around, went to the opposite field. That's a high fluttering slider, and Goya looks to his dugout and says, yeah, no, that was nasty. But if you're Goya, that's kind of breaking right into your wheelhouse. It's a high fluttering pitch. If you can keep your hands in and just turn on that, you can really do some damage with it. And takes a rip at the fastball, and, well, when it goes straight back to the screen, it usually tells that you're on it. They've been wearing out the middle of the field like a goat track these past few batters, and it's gotten them a 2-run lead. That was a gutsy dive there by Lundmark in center field. If he doesn't get that ball, that skips by him and gets to the wall, and the bases get cleared. That one in the dirt, skips free of the catcher, but he does a good job blocking it. Dead meat at third base is the runner. Impressive block by Rankin, and it was just one of those decisions you got to make as a runner, go or not go, and the runner win immediately. And just an excellent block by Rankin to keep in front of him. Did a good job keeping the footwork underneath him and just guns the runner down at third base. So that's 2 outs. So you're able to pull yourself back in front, but if you don't do any more damage here, you're going to feel like you left something on the board. Drop third strike. Goya hustling down to third base. Throw's going to be in plenty of time. But VCSU gets the lead back 7-5. So we now get set to go to the top of the 7th inning in what has been a enthralling game of baseball so far. Back here in a little bit on VCSU Athletics.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
We are back here, everyone, at Charlie Brown Memorial Baseball Field. And that's going to be Anthony Carrasquillo in to pitch now for VCSU.
Now playing left field, motivating number 44, Christian Ramirez.
Christian Ramirez coming in to replace Cameron Perro in left field. So more defensive substitutions made here for VCSU. So Carrasquillo, a freshman from Las Vegas, Nevada, 6'2", 220 pounds.
The right fielder, number 9, Chris Chappell.
Kind of has unique delivery that you'll see. Kind of that 3/4 arm slot, dip down low, drop and drive. Try to power the ball right by the hitter. Now we got some discussions going on here at home plate. See what we're talking about here. I don't know if we got possibly batting out of order, legal substitution, what we got going on here. Villarreal was the last out of the inning. So it is shot bell due up. So now we have a second umpire coming over. Don't know, might be repairing a set of glasses. Looks like very official, super serious business going on over there. So I'm just wondering exactly what's going on there. So trying to narrow it down what it could possibly be. What it requires 2 umpires, an assistant, and us all standing around in the cold. We're wasting time like we're getting paid by the hour over here. Does nobody have a spare pair of sunglasses? What are we doing? All right, I still don't know what the heck's going on here. Great. I feel like I just paid my taxes. I feel poor and I don't know why. So we're ready to begin now. This top part of the 8th innings. See the top of the order due up. Shot bell, 1 for 4. Good off-speed pitch. Carrasquillo came out firing nothing but darts in warm-up, and the first one you throw him's a balloon. Carrasquillo fires another one. Again, that's that awkward arm slot. And you're starting to see that more with bullpens is that, yes, you see a lot of velocity, but you see a lot of different arm slots as well. This one pounded to deep center field, way back to the fence, and it is gone. What a bomb off the bat by Chris Shotbell as he takes that way over the batter's eye in center field as quickly it is a 1-run game.
The center fielder, number 7, Carson Lundmark.
And it's never good when you see the numbers of your center fielder staring up at the wall, and that one just disappeared over the top of the yellow railing. So we have ourselves a 1-run ball game again, and this one hit out to deep right field, and that's going to be gone. Back-to-back home runs on back-to-back pitches, and Lundmark has had himself a very active day in the outfield, and now he has tied the game, and 2 swings of the bat have entirely changed the mood at Charlie Brown.
The designated hitter, number 2, Cameron Goff.
So Cam Goff coming in, and that was almost just a courtesy jog out in right field by Papineau. So Carrasquillo, welcome to the game, son. 3 pitches, 2 runs, 2 homers. Now you got to find a way to perhaps calm him down, and the mound visit will be taken here. So we'll now take the pause as well back here when the mound visit has concluded here on VCSU Athletics.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right.
This week at Lever's Foods, save on Bellatoria Ultra Thin Crust Pizza, 2 for $8.48. Farm Rich Appetizers, $4.88 each. Paste, salsa, queso, picante, or taco sauce, $2.99. Fresh lemons or limes, 2 for just $1. And Wholestone all-natural bone-in pork steak or country-style ribs, only $2.49 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Well, Anthony Carrasquillo never really had the chance to get settled in the game. 3 pitches, 2 swings, 2 bombs, and we're tied at 7-7. So the good news is it's a completely empty slate. The bad news is the game is tied. It's going to be Johan Freudenberg coming in to pitch. The graduate transfer out of Kalispell, Montana. So everyone coming in to guard against they're going to peel down to first base, and home plate umpire says safe because that's his call, I guess. So the appeal down to first base, they were saying that the runner did not touch first base. Go back and check the replay yourself if you want for that. Allen in there for a called strike. Can only imagine if that would have been called out, the eruption of batting gloves, bats, baseballs that would have come out of the Mayville State dugout. Allen in there for a called strike, and Freudenberg has come in and thrown 2 very good pitches here. Cam Goff with a walk and a strikeout and a hit today. The next pitch outside for ball 1. This game has been quite turbulent for both sides, as Valley City looked like early on that they might have been able to run and hide with this game, but Mayville State did a good job at not allowing them to build upon their lead. Next pitch, ground ball to third, high hopper, handled nicely. Throw over to first in plenty of time for out number 1. That was Devin Minnie recording the out.
Kevin Conroy.
There's going to be Kevin Conroy coming up. But Mayville State, through the first 3 innings, didn't allow Valley City State to build upon that 3-run lead. Then they go to get 2 in the 3rd inning. Valley City State gets 1 back. Then begins the saga of leaving the tying run on base for 3 straight innings, only to have the game get tied in the 7th. You get the 2 runs back in the 7th, and then 2 pitches into the 8th, you immediately give up the lead. This has been a game with very wide swings of momentum. First pitch by Freudenberg will be off the plate for ball 1. That'll be they call foul tip, so strike. So Conroy offered at the pitch, and you could hear it change, essentially tone. So it got nicked. So the problem is whether or not if he's going around to swing at it, it's going to be a strike. If he's offering at it but holds his momentum up and he doesn't cross the plate, it's a hit by pitch, or at least that's what I believe the rule to be. But ultimately, VCSU might not care about the literal or the spiritual or the whatever interpretation of the rule. They just care they got a strike out of it. So 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 away here in the top part of this 8th inning. Freudenberg comes set, kicks, fires, and just off the plate, 4-2. So now all these defensive substitutions that were made now are going to have to start hitting. Mayville State, who has only really made 1 substitution in this game, still has pretty much their entire starting lineup still in this contest. That's going to be fouled off, and the count will remain at 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 home runs in this 8th inning with the first 2 batters of the games as Anthony Carrasquillo got ambushed and got chased out of this game quickly. The 2-2 pitch. Slapped down the right field. Diving catch made out in right field by Papineau. So Papineau saves an extra base hit with his head first dive for the ball. So the next man coming up will be Pershing. So Pershing, the one that came in for Zach Evanechko, or Evanochko, excuse me. Either way, though, most of the original starting 9 out there for Mayville is still in the lineup. Meanwhile, you do have various substitutions that were made for VCSU. 1 ball, no strike, 2 away. Freudenberg trying to come in and pour water on this red-hot Mayville offense. That'll miss low, and the count will go to 2-0. Pershing, 0 for 1 today with an RBI. Or excuse me, has yet to record the AB with the RBI with the sack. That'll be swung on and missed. The count now goes to 2-1. So Freudenberg's done a good job of attacking the zone, and well, you could say Casquillo did a really good job of attacking the zone. The problem is for Carrasquillo is that the 2 pitches that hit the zone also were hitting grass over the fence. That'll be hit to right field. Papineau running after it and dives and can't get in. That'll get by him and go to the wall. And that'll roll all the way to the fence. It'll be at least a triple as this one gets thrown in quickly. Throw to third, not in time. So Pershing able to get in with the triple, and right there for Papineau, kind of the previous result of his dive might have clouded the thinking of proper judgment. In that situation right there, if you don't feel like that you're going to get to the ball, you got to just kind of stay up, block it in front of you, because there's a big difference between 2 outs, man on first, and 2 out, man on third. That'll run inside for ball 1. One ball and no strikes. Mayville looking to take their first lead of this ball game. Good looking slider, slur, whatever that might have been. Catches the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-1. 10 hits now for the Comets in this ball game. The 1-1 pitch fouled back into the screen as now a 1-2 count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Freudenberg trying to get his team into the dugout with the tie. Looking in at the target. Kicks and fires, bounces that one in the dirt. Excellent block by Chabot. And Chabot, I think, asking for a new ball, or he's just going to flip it to the pitcher. And that's why you got to trust your catcher behind the plate, is that there's a lot of guys that got big arm behind the plate, but you also got to find a guy that's willing to sacrifice his body to pretty much save you perhaps the game right there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch by Freudenberg. Hit right back to Freudenberg. He's got the play at first, throw to first in time. VCSU will get to the dugout with the tie, but 2 home runs by Mayville on the first 2 batters of the inning have now tied the game up at 7. So we now go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Back here in a little bit on VCSU Athletics.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. Get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
So it'll be Devin Minnie getting his first AB, the junior utility man from Huntington Beach, California. First pitch outside for ball 1. So again, all these defensive substitutions you made, now you're going to need the offense to start picking it up. Peter Jorgensen is the man that was hitting in this spot. He's having himself a pretty good game, too. Now you're hoping the bench comes through and helps carry you up. Good news is this is a part of the order that didn't see a lot of disturbance in it. Minnie tied up in the count at 1-1. That'll miss outside, and the count goes to 2-1. So for VCSU, it's kind of just about who do you trust in the 9th, especially if you get the lead. Like, you just need somebody to go out there and get you 3 outs. Next pitch will miss up, and the count now goes to 3-1. So Minnie's done a good job of staying patient. Sometimes that's the best thing you can do when you come into a game cold, both literally and figuratively in this sense, is just take. Don't try to do too much. Just kind of feel him out, and he draws the walk right there. So, again, coming into the game cold and not expecting to get an important AB like he was, getting on base is everything you could ask for and a little bit more. So it'll be Jamel Chabot coming up. Chabot had himself a nice rip to get him an RBI. He's got 2 walks in this game to go along with that 1 hit. Struck out as well. First pitch here to Chabot. Looping slide piece that comes back down and will put the count at 0-1. No balls and 1 strike, and information being taken by Chabot from the kind of quarterback wristband he's wearing on his belt buckle. No balls, 1 strike. Minnie getting a conservative lead off first base. Now takes a half stride. This one pounded out in the left center. Way back, and it's off the wall. Minnie rounding second. They're going to wave him around third. No, a late stop sign put up. Minnie was booking it around third, and a late stop sign put up, and sometimes you get the guy that says, I'm going too fast to slow down, and they'll ignore it. And, well, Minnie just threw on the brakes right there. And now you got the heart of the order coming up. Caden Rostabah coming up.
Second base number 26, Merrick Junker. At the plate, your designated hitter, number 28.
Merrick Junker coming in. Sophomore from Big Stone City, South Dakota. Infield pinched in here for Rostabah. You got to be setting attack mode on that. That's a piece of cheese right down the plate. If he's going to throw a get-me-over slider first pitch, that needs to be hit 50 feet out of the stadium. You got to be aggressive, and you got to sit on that pitch. Now this one is being pursued into the corner by Pershing, and you got to wonder why Pershing's chasing after that one. Even if he catches it, he's got to stop, pause, hit the fence, and then be able to throw a strike to the plate. And Minnie might have been able to make it. So 0-2 count. Rosebud really needs to come through here. No balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. This one hit out in the left center. That's going to hang up. That'll be a sac fly coming in. Throw coming in. Villarreal picks it out of the dirt. There's no play at the plate. And VCSU's got the lead once again. So Hutter gives up the lead. This will be Alexis Velasco coming up. Now it's for VCSU. You start doing soul searching and start looking down your roster like, okay, who out of this list of names do we trust to get an out? Not get 1 out, but get 3 outs. So Velasco coming up. He's got 1 hit today. Looking for his first RBI. Runner at second base. First pitch misses off the plate, and a good job by the catcher to go over there and get that ball. And now he'll take a little bit of time to kind of get that ball in. Rankin had to hop out of his crouch and go across his body, glove on the left hand, catch it in the left-hand batter's box. Not necessarily the thing you'll want to be doing. And just kind of pulls his mask off, takes some time to let his pitcher regroup. And that one, another good block by Rankin. And he is bailing his pitcher out right now. He was giving him a couple of pitches that should have probably have gotten that runner over to third base, have not gotten him home yet. And now we will have a mound visit. So we have a mound visit coming up. 2-0 is the count. 8-7 lead for VCSU back here in 30 seconds.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
Counts at 2-0. VCSU leading 8-7. Opportunity for Velasco to come through here. Pitch to Velasco's in the dirt, and man, this catcher in Rankin is getting a workout right now. The first pitch went 3 feet outside the left-hand batter's box. He had to get up out of his crouch to get. The next 2 have been in the dirt. You don't know whether or not they're pitching around Velasco right now. I don't know why they do that to pitch to Babiuk. Babiuk is on fire. The 3-0 pitch upcoming to Velasco. Slightly in. If that's more center, you might have seen Velasco take a rip at it. Can you talk about the multiple schools of philosophy? Early on, you take the 3-0 pitch. When you're in desperate need of insurance and you get a cookie down the middle of the plate, you swing. 3 balls and 1 strike. The pitch. Velasco, that's another good one. Go and yeesh. Gotta get the bat off your shoulder there. Babiuk is the man on deck. He's got himself 2 RBIs and 2 hits in this game, as well as 2 strikeouts. That'll be high and off the plate, ball 4. So Velasco does a good job of not going chasing after a couple of close strikes.
The second baseman, number 6, Jaden Babiak.
So Jaden Babiak coming up. Babiak a couple of RBIs in this one. You'd love nothing more than another big double that gets to the wall that could give VCSU some much-needed insurance. They're up by 1, but when you've allowed, since the 4th inning, 2 runs, 1 run, no runs, 2 runs, and 2 runs, you've allowed 2 runs in 3 of the last 5 innings. You might be looking for maybe 3 runs yourself, just in case. Off the plate for ball 1. But you can't overexert yourself here. You got to just, again, stay within the moment and just put yourself in the best situation to win. That means waiting out, kind of an erratic pitcher right now. And Hutter, you wait him out. And a recycling of the signs will commence. Jake Hutter comes set and delivers. This one hit off the handle into shallow left field. Not going to be an easy play, but the left fielder ultimately moves underneath of it and makes the catch. So Denton able to make the running catch for out number 2. And this will bring up, for the first time today, Christian Ramirez. So Christian Ramirez, a senior outfielder from Littleton, Colorado. This one a chopper, up play. Ramirez running hard and throw nearly takes Pershing off the bag. But a good bit of nifty footwork, transitions his foot from right to left and able to keep that back foot on the bag and make the play on the opposite side of the baseline. So 2 men left on base. We go to the top of the 9th inning. It is a 8-7 lead for VCSU. We'll be back here in a little bit on VCSU Athletics.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
So we begin our top of the 9th inning here on VCSU Athletics. It is a 8-7 lead. Back out here to try to close things down will be Johann Freudenberg. Again, you get to this point, you look at your dugout and you say, who can get me 3 outs? Right now, Freudenberg, he's had himself a pretty good outing.
Second baseman, number 5, Jack McQueen.
Now, usually you would be ecstatic to face 7-8-9 with a 1-run lead, but 7-8-9's been a bit of a pain in this game. McQueen's gotten on base. He's got 2 RBIs. Rankin has had himself a good game as well. That one low and in the dirt, and the count will start out here 1-0. The last thing you want to do is turn this back around to Shopbell and Lundmark, who each homered in their last ABs. So, again, this is just kind of get outs. Any way you can, you just got to get outs. This one hit to center field, and Goya calling off the imaginary man, and he'll make the catch. His hat fell off. Maybe it was calling off his hat.
The catcher, number 22, Riley Rankin.
So Riley Rankin, who's had himself a very active day behind home plate in terms of blocking pitches and in terms of probably keeping his team in this game, to be quite honest. If he hasn't played as well as he has behind home plate, this is probably a 2 to 3 run game. And that'll go right inside and hit Rankin, and Rankin will toss the bat aside, half disgusted, half maybe in pain. But now the tying run is on base for Tony Villarreal. So now we're going to have, no, they're going to pinch hit, excuse me. So pinch hitter coming in, so Villarreal checks out, and checking in will be Brock Barlow.
And running at first base, number 24, Avery Kirkup.
So Avery Kirkcock coming in along with Barlow. So Brock Barlow pinch hitting here for Villarreal. Villarreal had an RBI, but that RBI was a bunt single. This one, a hand right off the handle, and you can see Barlow flexing his hand. He's been in a nice warm dugout all day. He immediately steps out and wrings his hands with one off the handle. Maybe not warm dugout, still cold, warm-ish. The 0-1 pitch, that's going to be a late swing, and sometimes you gotta know who you're bringing in to hit. And he's just been behind these first two pitches. Essentially, he's coming cold, and he's been behind because he hasn't seen live action in 6 hours. That one just off the plate. So as we now get to the 3-hour mark of this game, 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 away. Freudenberg comes set. Curveball. Just high. It's like the umpire saying hi, and the VCSU dugout says, yes, we know. This one hit up into the air. Is it going to stay in play? Chabot with a nice catch. Again, that is not a sure thing with a catcher's mitt. Might be called a catcher's mitt, but that thing is only meant to catch balls coming in at a horizontal plane. It's not necessarily meant to catching stuff coming down vertically. Reason why is the little lips and stuff on the front. You can't quite let the ball get in deep. You have to kind of almost catch it perfectly. That's why you sometimes see catchers let the ball get a little bit deeper on them so they can kind of almost squeeze it into their body. So it'll be the 2 outs, and the man with the bomb coming up. Shopdell had himself a slow first game, but he's come back with a vengeance in this one. 2 hits and 5 at-bats so far. The 1 solo home run on the second pitch of the last inning. Trying to come through here for his team. 1 ball, no strikes. And taking a small lead off first base. The pitch. This one hit high into the air. Deep to left field. It is back, and it is gone. Shopdell, they pitched to him, and he made him pay. And Shopdell has put Mayville State in front for the first time this ball game. And that's what happens when you let men get on base. And VCSU is just stunned right now.
The center fielder, number 7, Carson Lundmark.
So 1 swing of the bat, and we now have a new leader, 9-8 in favor of Mayville State. So down to their last out, and that next pitch by Freudenberg is going to be well away, and now the catcher Chabot is going to go out and talk to him. But that is hard to take. You feel like that you're just 1 batter away from ending it, and Well, you just give up a pitch to a guy that you just can't afford to leave that 1-2. And he hit it out to center field last time, and that time he hits it to the power alley up and over everything again. So it's just now your bottom of the order has to come through. It'll be Papineau, Logan, and Goya coming up. That one off the plate for ball 2. VCSU is going to look back at this game and they're going to kick themselves. 2 runs in the last 3 innings allowed in each inning. That'll miss high for ball 3. 2 runs in the 9th, 2 runs in the 8th, and 2 runs in the 7th. We talked about it in the pregame show of limiting damage, getting those 3 outs, and none bigger situation right there, just getting the 3 outs and trying to minimize damage from that, and that'll be low, and I'll get away from Chabot. So that'll put a runner at first base here.
The designated hitter, number 2, Cameron Goff.
And now it'll be Goff coming to the plate, and now we'll have ourselves another mound visit, and we'll see how this plays out back here in a little bit on VCSU Athletics.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience.
And we are back here. It is a 9-8 lead now for Mayville State after a 2-out, 2-run home run by Shotbell. That is his second home run in as many ABs. Now into pitch will be Jay Menendez. Menendez trying to keep his team within a run here. Well, this is just completely taking the wind out of the Viking sail. Pick throw back to first base and chase the runner back, but in an afternoon where you assume the ball would not be traveling the way it has been, because of it being cold, it has just jumped off the bat of the Comets here at the top part of this order. Menendez will face Cameron Goff, and that one will get low and away, and that'll be Lundmark going up for 90 feet and a stolen base. And it's now 2 balls, no strikes, and 2 outs. Two balls, no strikes with 2 outs. As he has his pitcher come set and delivers, and this one crushed to left field, and it is. They call it foul. I lost sight of that ball, and The hitter thought it was foul for the first part, and then he tossed his bat thinking that it had a chance to stay fair, and that one is way out of here, but it is going to be foul, so the count goes to 2-1. So now that ball has landed in Cass County in foul territory, now Menendez just trying to get this last out. Comes setting fires, and this one going to be fouled off, and the AB will persist. 9-8 lead for Mayville State. Player of the game so far has to be Shotbell. Shotbell with those 2 home runs put his team within 1 run in the 8th inning before Lundmark came back with another one. This one going to be skied into the air. Velasco giving chase and slides and can't get to it. But Lundmark hits the home run in the 8th to tie the game, and then you just don't finish off the Comets in short order. You allow them to get all the way pretty much down to close enough to where the top of the order can flip back around. And you pitch to them one too many times again and just loses another ball over the fence. That one's going to be fouled off again, and they just cannot put him away as Goff is refusing to go down on strikes. 11 hits for the Comets today. Got a feeling that most of these hits, or at least close to most of them, have been for extra base hits. They've made some very loud contact today off VCSU. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Skied into the air, and Chabot giving chase, and he catches it, and mercifully the inning will finally be over. So we go now to the bottom of the 9th inning. It is a 9-8 lead for the Comets. Back here in a little bit on VCSU Athletics.
On 1 hit.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Oh, Lang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
And we are back here for the bottom of the 9th inning. It is a 9-8 lead for Mayville State as they are in position to rip this game away from VCSU, who has led all the way up to this 9th inning. It's been tied at moments, but Mayville State has never taken the lead up until that one swing of the bat by Shotbell. Now it's the bottom of the order, due up here for the Vikings. Papineau coming up and made a nice diving play in right field earlier. They need him to get on base, and they need a few more things to go right. Late swing, that'll foul the ball up and away. And the count now even up at 1-1. It is still going to be Hutter out there to pitch, and if there's one thing you can say for VCSU is that you got to him last time, but the amount of, you would say, missed opportunities perhaps for VCSU to have bigger innings kind of played a nice backhand pick here by Conway, and Conway fires a dart across to first baseman Pershing. Conway picked up the ball off a short hop and then just kind of calm, coolly, and collectedly just fired an absolute rocket across the diamond to Pershing. So 1 out. VCSU, they can just be left shaking their heads on this one of just how in the world this has happened. Now Logan takes a first pitch breaking ball for a called strike. And you look at it now is that because you made those defensive substitutions, Jorgensen, of course, no longer in the game. You have to now flip the lineup more than one spot, essentially, with Devin Minnie, who did get on in his first AB, to give him credit. But you have to now get through 4 batters instead of 3 to get your top of the order essentially due up, which shifts because of those substitutions. Next one is outside, and the count goes to 2-1. But again, this is kind of when you need your role players to kind of know the role of just get on base. However you got to do it, just get on base. 2 balls, 1 strike with 1 out. That one high and outside, and the count goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and a strike. Got to wonder how long they're going to stay with Hutter if he gets himself in trouble, or how much trouble they're going to allow him to get into. And that'll be off the plate for ball 4. Most of those pitches very uncompetitive. And looking over towards the Mayville State dugout. Doesn't look like they're making a change yet. Now the umpire's taking time. So might be making a pinch run here. Will be a pinch run, and it might be Merrick Junker coming in, or yep, Merrick Junker. So Junker coming in to run.
Merrick Junker now running at first base.
You need a stolen base right here. I don't think there's any other way to put it. You got to get a guy in scoring position. And he throws down a bunt, and I get it. I get why you're bunting there, but I don't like sacrificing a man down to your last chance just to put him over at second base, especially when Goya's got a hit already today. Pitch on the way, and that'll be high for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Goya. With 1 away, a 9-8 lead for the Comets, who have come storming back after falling down 3-0 in the first inning, scoring 2 runs in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Late swing there. That's going to be a foul ball that gets up and out of play. So the count now goes to 1-2. Next man due up is Devin Minnie, who drew a walk in his first plate appearance. So the 1-2 pitch here coming up for Hutter. He's surrendered 3 walks today. And a foul it off there by Goya. Tried to keep that ball in on his hands and try to rip it down the line. Just couldn't keep it fair. Big vacated hole over between first and second. As the second baseman goes to cover. This one hit the short. Villarreal handles the hop this time. Out at second. Throw to first. Not going to be in time. And it gets away. Goya's going to be. Oh, Goya does not take the turn. And there's a really good backup by the catcher. I didn't even see Rankin get over there and back it up. I think that's what caused Goya to hold up.
Number 3, Porter Jorgensen.
So they aren't going to be able to put Jorgensen back into this game, excuse me. So Jorgensen comes back into this game, and so he re-enters the game. Interesting that you'd have him re-enter for this AB and not the previous one. That'll dot the outside corner for a called strike, and I don't think you can sit here and go and have this game end with Goya standing at first base. I mean, you got to take your chance here. I mean, you can't play for 2 hits in this scenario, not with 2 outs. And that'll be inside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. So for VCSU, they need something in the gap or something over the fence. And Jorgensen takes a big rip but comes up empty. And you got to imagine Jorgensen's pretty much coming in cold. I don't think he's seen the field for an hour and a half. Probably hasn't seen an AB for close to 2 hours. 1 ball, 2 strikes. VCSU down to the last pitch, and a little flip over to first base will chase Goya back. And I just don't know if you can sit here and not put a fast base runner in motion. The 1-2 pitch upcoming by Hutter. This one hit up the middle, and that's going to go right to the center fielder for the final out. And Mayville State has come charging back to rip a game from the fingers of Valley City, 9-8. And sometimes when it's not your year, you lose games like this where it looks like you have them multiple times. It looks like you have them beat up 2 runs, up 1 run in the 8th, down to the last out, and you just can't win. Sometimes it is what it is. Sometimes you just can't win. In Valley City right now, they just can't get out of that funk. Losing 9-8 to Mayville State. They had the Comets down to their last out, but a 2-run home run by Shop Bell gave the Comets the lead. VCSU got the tying man on and just could not find a way to get that man in. So for the second time today, VCSU has left the tying run on base. And now they will look to regroup for the games tomorrow. So thank you all for listening here on VCSU Athletics. I will see y'all when I see y'all. Again, thank you all for listening.